No, it's kind of all going up the chain, but it's all going up the chain, right? And
Hello, Bertha.
I always want to say his
Bertha will help us actually. I'm never sure if it's absolutely right. Gina would like some help with meet Gina.
Hi.
This is our wonderful economist, Bertha.
Fabulous.
Nice to meet you. Production index and various associated things. Fantastic. And is frankly just more than partially
Oh, great.
just not yet. Rather than that seemed to be the process. But anyway, this is Professor is Director of Strategy.
Very nice to meet you. I'm having a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Should be, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't coming up the same place. It looks like it's on the traffic pictures. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Perfect timing.
I'll just keep it. It's okay. I feel like well, yeah.
That's okay. Yeah, no problem. Are you there, Julie?
Matt. Who's the other room? I'll just show you, yeah. Yeah, I submitted it.
Oh, still.
Go on.
Hey.
Oh, I think I'm in. I'm out.
Prepped, ready to go.
Just a second. Thank you.
Well, I'll step in if there's a lack of. Well, the big event in Bletchley yesterday. More than 2 miles. Big thoughts on it. Well, there's a lot happening. People are producing reports, which are quite substantive. Control AI produced by FLI, Supply Institute. Alters that different people have made, pointing out what the overlap was. That came out overnight. We need to analyze Joe Biden's.
I was going through all the G7 absolute nonsense.
Nonsense.
It's been quite quiet. It sounds as though it's impossible.
When people say, "Hey, what would they get transparency," and applying to any of the models which are being
Install on your laptop. It kind of all goes away. You can basically don't need to use the big files. Off the grid. That's my. I mean, I'm all for regulation.
the most important thing that needs to be regulated is the creation of next generation models, which are likely to have as many new surprising emerging features as the which took me by surprise in terms of its apparent grasp of that happens again. Likely it will have
I've got
straight away. Good. My mind. Giving ourselves more time. Stuart Russell gave the best talk in the system.
It seems to have gone to the chat.
It's what we need to do. Forget about building AI. Instead of thinking, well, we've got AI, how do we actually redesign some of the basics? Particular recommendations on that. What logic would be clear?
Okay, we've been a big fan of this.
Yeah, he was very good. He gave the keynote. All broadcast, except there was something with Wi-Fi. Actually, but apart from the first 10 minutes, which weren't well, the rest of it still on.
That means
It went well. What they're broadcasting today is only 3 sessions. Marks.
Hey, how are you?
Anyway.
actually become a bouncer.
I think there's going to be a lot of adding examples. There is a provisional agreement for that. There's a lot of people there. Initially, it was said there's only going to be 100, but I think there's at least 100 organizations. So, a lot more, but it could grow.
Well, I'm not allowed to see that. It's cool.
Sorry. Okay, I'm just trying to sort out the stream.
Whether people really grasp the seriousness. Let's say reskill us. Some stage in the future, maybe 3 years, maybe 10 years. Expected.
Oh, that's fine.
Well, the problem is the link that you sent me where it's supposed to
Actually, the broadening of the digital divide.
Yeah, I mean,
in London, obviously, that's the right one.
Well, that's what.
Only as you said, yeah, that's what.
We're going to ensure. To an economy of abundance. Some things are so basic and there should be no
It just looks like when we. I think it'd be. Exactly, we were in there and we had it right.
Has to be agile. You've got to do something now and be ready to do something different next year. Put in a training course, but be ready to adjust it. You don't set out a training course for the next 5 years.
Hey, how are you?
In real life, I got tips.
A-levels are almost the wrong choice. It'd be far better to have a baccalaureate.
What is wrong with you?
I could have done that.
I mean, you have got like a. I mean, I think I've got but you have some other worldly quality.
which will give you some information about how we're doing interactivity with Slido and stuff like that, and also about collating ideas and actions. That's so important to what we're doing today. And also on the back, there's another QR code to give you a link to a kind of more full program. We'll be in here for most of the day, and then there's also some sessions next door as well. It will be being live streamed and recorded. I'll now hand over, first of all, just to say a massive thank you to everybody for being here at fairly short notice, because, you know, the government hit go on the main conference quite quickly. So many thanks to WS for hosting us. And I'll now hand over to our director and co-founder, Anna Thomas, for a short few opening remarks. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to thank yous. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us and being here today. I'm the founding director of the Institute for the Future of Work, which is a research and development institute exploring how new technologies are impacting work and working lives. Thank you, Kester, to chuck that back, and the team for pulling off in an impossible time frame, something that's the scale almost of a new government department, which is now being live streamed to broaden us access as much as we can in the circumstances and help capture our discussion today to inform what happens next, which is one of the major challenges of both the AI Summit and the AI Fringe. Thank you very much to Warwick Business School, in particular, Professor James Hayton, for partnering with us and allowing us to make today happen. Not only do we have this fabulous location and can see nearly for miles in spite of the weather, but James Hayton has also led on a new firm-level survey of over 1,000 firms to help us begin to understand what influences AI adoption, what causes different outcomes, and what could support better outcomes. So thank you. And thank you again to you all for making the right choice and joining us today, and being part of this incredible, almost festival and conference on the future of work, which complements, we think, what's going on at Bletchley, focusing on the X risk factor by focusing on what we know here and now about AI impacts. So you should have on your chairs or next to you 2 sheets about what's happening today, and our speaker and briefing lineup. On the front, there is the Slido. I think I've got this right, and will correct me if I don't. On the front is how you access Slido as a recap, and on the back is the full programme. Our first session, chaired by Professor Gina Neff, is Where the Future Is Now. Our second session, Open AI, Regulation for the Common Good. We'll then have a short coffee break at 11:30, and invitation from Matt Warman following that to join our all-party parliamentary group on the future of work. Then we will move on to a sector focus, with a focus specifically on the creative industries. The discussion, that discussion will happen here, and health and well-being. That discussion will happen in the room next door, followed by a fantastic lunch provided by Warwick Business School. In the afternoon, we move on to engagement focused, with an increased focus on your participation and audience discussion. And the themes we've chosen are centering the human, listening to communities, and that will happen here in this room. And next door will be reframing skills, chaired by our wonderful trustee, Anne-Marie Immerfordon, who we're going to be hearing from now at the end of the day rather than the beginning because of the time frame. Finally, our final session and closing remarks will be about making the future work, thinking about how we can pick up what we've talked about today and shape a fairer future of better work. We have 3 aims in bringing you together and this conference today. The first is to expand and reframe the discourse about safe and responsible AI, to include and centre work and the future of work in it. The future of work, we think, can act as a bridge from thinking about immediate and future impacts, and it allows us to immediately immerse ourselves in a space which is basically 30% of our life, and for a lot of people in this room, I expect it's been a lot more than 30% recently. We also think that focusing on the future of work and work will enable a more grounded, reflected conversation about different types and choices in automation and impacts as they are experienced across the country and more widely. One that allows us to think beyond jobs lost to other qualitative social well-being and ethical impacts, which is where we think the debate is going, is beginning to move and needs to move more. The government, of course, knows this, whether or not it's being discussed at Bletchley. The civil servants who are supporting Bletchley, for example, are just subject to new guidance on AI themselves, which specify how they can and can't use ChatGPT and which data can and can't go into it. So the seeds for bringing this together are there. And also thinking about work and the future of work allows us to think about the opportunities as well as the risks in a very practical, accessible way that will have immediate impacts on people and impacts on the future and our children's future too. This is part of the fringe, the AI fringe, which is proving so rich already. And is a continuation, in a sense, of discussions that we've had already this week at the British Academy on the future of work and good work. We are ourselves taking the conversation that we're having today to the British Library tomorrow with another panel in which Anne-Marie Imafidon will lead, and I am getting to talk to the former Secretary of State, Chloe Smith, and share insights from today with her directly. The second purpose, that was all the first purpose, but the second and third can be much faster, is that we want to bring you together. We want to help bring you together around this topic, which is particularly important in the landscape of the future of work, which is not only important in its own right, but also it is fragmented in terms of research, in policy, and stakeholder engagement. And we're going to hear more about that from Professor Gina Neff. This sort of connecting and bringing people together is perhaps the next frontier of responsible AI, but I don't want to make any spoilers. And the last purpose, very quickly, is to actually begin to identify directions in terms of responsible governance of AI, at least at work, with some specific asks with you in the course of the day to help operationalise the UK's responsible AI principles. We will base it in work, of course, in the workplace context, but we also think there may be wider lessons, with work being a lens for thinking about the way we are experiencing impacts and can shape better futures. And on that note, I'm really delighted to hand over to Professor Gina Neff, who will then introduce our first fantastic panelists and talk to you about where the future is now.
I have a mic. I will turn it on in a moment. Can I invite my panelists to please join me up here on the panel? We've had no green room time. This is no prep time. This is academic level.
This is the future. It's work intensification through automation.
Do you want to sit here, Joey?
Now is my mic.
Instruction, that's to move the mute switch on and off. So,
And now is my mic on. My mic is on now. Great. That was good because you didn't hear my prep transition time. So welcome, good morning, everyone. I am Gina Neff. I run the Minderoo Center for Technology and Democracy at the University of Cambridge. And I'm here wearing a couple of hats for this conversation. So I'm a sociologist of work and organizations, and for the last 20 years, it pains me to say it's been that long, but for the last 20 years, I've been working on how work and organizations change in light of new technologies. So my first book was on Web 1.0, which feels like, well, a very long time ago. So here we are, brought together by the UK's hosting of the AI Safety Summit, and a whole set of conversations that have come around this moment, bringing people together to talk about what else do we want to talk about when it comes to artificial intelligence and how these changes are impacting society. And that brings me to my two other hats. So I helped to co-direct an ESRC network called the Digital Good Network, with the effort and initiative to bring social science mainly into conversations about how we design, develop, deploy, and use digital technologies to benefit, to be good for people, communities, and the planet. And when we talk about what is good, the next question should always be good for whom? When we talk about future of work conversations, this is exactly one of the challenges that we face, right? So enormous changes in productivity, enormous changes in how tasks are handled at work, enormous changes in what workers are exposed to. These questions of how can AI be good take on a new salience, incredible urgency and importance when we talk about workplaces. So for the last a decade, I've been watching how the construction industry, no one's definition of a high-tech industry, grapples with how to bring new kinds of cutting-edge technologies into the conversation of how they design their buildings, how they organize their work. And the challenges and opportunities are both about the rules, the institutional configurations, and yes, the way in which people have been doing work. So I'm joined today by a great panel. We're going to take, I would propose we take 20 minutes for our first panel, giving us sort of 4 minutes or so opening salvos from each of you. I see we're sharing a mic. We might as well start here.
You have yours.
Oh, I see.
I'm wired up.
Oh, it's just mine.
Oh, fantastic. I see we all have mics.
We're wired for sound.
Allow me, please, tell us.
So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you on this panel. I'm Jolene Scordis. I'm a professor of economics at UCL, a fellow of the Institute for the Future of Work, director of the Centre for Global Health Economics, and I'm really interested in the intersection of AI and technology, both on the workforce and the well-being of the workforce. And so that's one of the things that I will touch on a little bit today. Do you want brief introductions, or can I launch straight in?
Launch straight in.
Yes, okay, great. So, so really all I can give you in the time that we have is a whistle-stop tour of 2 bits of research that we've done through the Institute for the Future of Work. One, a firm survey actually led by James Hayton at Warwick Business School, hence our venue here today. Thank you to Warwick Business School. And that was a survey of 1,000 firms, medium to large size firms, and they found that tech adoption is happening. Whether we like it or not, it's happening. Whether we're ready or not, it's happening. So almost 80% of firms surveyed had adopted some form of technology to assist in cognitive or physical tasks. But that varied around the country. So while we talk about levelling up and regional inequalities, we also know that the adoption of that technology is determined by baseline levels of education and infrastructure, as anyone who tried to catch a train here today knows. So we know it's happening. We then surveyed really 6,000 employees to see, and what does that mean for people working in firms? Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? And this is really so hot off the press, it was literally finished in the last 2 days. So I'll tell you what we're finding so far, and then there's a watch this space as we start to unpack some of the findings. But in short, we used 4 different definitions of technology, okay? Because what is tech? What is AI? We're starting to use lots of catchphrases without really stopping to think about what we're talking about. So we divided it into 4 categories. One, where digital information and communication technologies, almost everyone had had some access to that, some exposure to it. And the great news is that can have a positive impact on quality of life. So that was a good finding. We found that tech could be good for your quality of life. that form of tech. Then we had 3 other definitions, one that was about wearable and remote sensing technologies, we had software technologies, AI, and machine learning technologies, and then finally automated tools and equipment. Now those 3, not so good for quality of life. And what seems to be driving that is concerns about surveillance, concerns about lack of control and agency, and what we need to unpack is whether that can be mitigated, whether employees can be supported. Can you still have good work, respectful work in the context of the introduction of those types of technologies? So that's the watch this space in terms of quality of life. Where we're going next is we need to understand how this is interacting through job satisfaction. So we've got 19 indicators of job satisfaction, and when we look at them as a lump, we don't see any impact. Some are pulling in different directions. So what we need to do is really drill down and find out which aspects of good work, good quality of work, are being positively affected by these different types of technology, and which are being negatively affected, so that we can start to answer questions about resilience, readiness. How can we ready a workforce? How can we ready a population? And of course, how can we ready firms and a country? So, you know, we can tap into the bigger policy discussions, but we do have to remember we're a collective of human beings at the end of it. And so I'll leave it at that, perhaps. Thank you. Thanks.
Well, firstly, thank you to the organisers for inviting me. Infrastructure. I came down from Manchester this morning. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the train was already half an hour late at Stockport, which is 6 miles from the centre of Manchester. So yes, infrastructure. Thank you anyway for inviting me. So my name is Philip McCann. I lead on all the regional, city, economic geography, regional economics, urban economics research programme of the Productivity Institute, which is a UK-wide programme plus a lot of international affiliates. It's headquartered at the University of Manchester, which is where I'm based. I'm also working with the Institute Future of Work, with the Pitsarides Review. And I regard this work programme of IFO as being one of the most important work programmes in the country. It's extraordinarily important because it tries to deal with some of the missing links in a lot of our narratives. So the particular interest I have is because I focus on geography. Jolene's already introduced this theme. So if we go back 10 years, between 10 and 15 years ago, we already knew, or a small number of people knew, that there were large geographical variations within the UK in terms of the standardisation of work practices and contracts. There was already a geography around that. Non-standard work practices in the traditional sense are really good if you're in a buoyant economy. You have a lot of autonomy, a lot of agency, you know, self-employment, flexible work practices. But in a weak economy, non-standard work practices are a disaster for those households. They have no agency or autonomy in anything to do with their life, which has huge societal effects, and we know that. In the UK, those differences were already stark in a core periphery sense. Secondly, the interregional inequalities in the UK in terms of productivity are amongst the highest in the industrialised world. That's widely accepted now. That was me that demonstrated it. Most of the institutions just simply did not believe it. It is true. And that leaves us, in terms of organisational and governance matters, in a very difficult position, because the UK is also, on many indicators, the most centralised country in terms of governance systems. So the heterogeneity we see in our economy, we have almost a uniquely ill-equipped governance system, because top-down centralised governance systems work where every part of the country is more or less the same. You could be small countries like New Zealand, Finland, the Netherlands, that would be true. It would also be true in huge countries like Japan. But in countries with huge productivity imbalances, which feed into socio-economic imbalances on almost everything, including health issues most profoundly, life expectancy, then a top-down centralised governance system basically doesn't work. And in the UK, it doesn't work. We know that, just look at the infrastructure issue. A key part of this story that we're struggling with is all around devolution. The idea of devolution is to try and give more agency at levels which can better connect with where those challenges are and the local specificities, finding a way to respond to those and to manage those in the ways that other countries do. And it's not just federal countries. The other large unitary societies in the OECD, Japan, South Korea and France have all been decentralising for nearly 30 years. They've gone in completely opposite direction to us. One of the areas we struggle with is the nature of employment. As I say, that not only standardised contracts, non-standardised, but also the productivity from those working practices and activities. How do we get those, if you like, to level up? There seem to be missing links in our institutional structure, which, for example, the Swiss, the Dutch, the Germans do routinely. They have a lot of actors in that space, particularly the chambers of commerce, that have proper legal roles to link skills training institutions with industry demands. So you've got these two-way conversations always taking place at local and regional levels about how to move people through supply chains, value chains, different employment pathways. We have almost none of that. And that's where one of the biggest issues is. The shocks of technology that we're talking about today are superimposed on already a very weak and fragmented foundation. That's really the biggest issue. How do we do that in a way that allows local agency to arise in those localities? That's what I'm focused on. That's why I'm working with the Institute.
Thank you. And before I turn to Sana, I know my mic is not on. Before I turn to Sana, my colleague Sana, I just want to ask if those of you sitting on the ends of the aisles can move slightly in to allow latecomers to get into seats. Thank you. Because with the train delays, we are having people come in. So if we can just make it easy for them to slip in to empty chairs, that would be great. Okay, Sana.
Thank you, Gina. I just thought I'd add my infrastructure anecdote because I came from London, just South London, and while I was on the train, my train also broke down because apparently all of the Northern Line trains on the Bank branch were cancelled. So I mean, you don't have to go far for the infrastructure to break down, right? But I've been let me introduce myself. My name is Sana Kirgani, also very excited to be here. I spent some time talking to Anna about this, and I'm glad that we could make it work because there's a lot going on this week, as I'm sure everyone is aware. And so I'm very happy to be here. I was the founding or inaugural head of the UK government's Office for AI. I stepped down from that role last year. I now do a number of things. One of the hats I wear is with Gina in leading the Responsible AI UK program, which at some point we'll talk more about, or we can talk about it at a coffee break. As I hear, and I think it always gets harder as you go down the panel, what else to add to already a rich conversation. As I'm hearing my fellow panelists, I was kind of trying to think, where do I want to go? And because the points I was going to make are along the same lines as my colleagues here, which was one around the skills and the fact that they're not made equal across any kind of landscape or any kind of group of people. I have a point around the fact that the term AI is massively overused and actually causes much more confusion than it helps solve. I have a point around the fact that these things have been around a long time, and actually we haven't, as you said yourself, we've just been kind of compiling problem on problem. And also we tend to look at this as a brand new problem, rather than, hey, we've kind of recognize some of these patterns. We've been here before, you know, we've done some of this, and what did we learn, and how can we build on the things that we learn? We don't do any of that. We just chuck all that out and go, right, we've got a brand new problem. How do we deal with this now, afresh? And then my final one is is a little bit around kind of striking a balance between the need for urgency and fixing things quickly versus actually taking a minute and a deep breath to say, what is actually happening? Can we get under the skin of what's actually happening? So do we as a company, to bring it now from an employer's perspective, need to rush into introducing all these technologies in order to make ourselves more productive because all our competitors are doing this and it's all over the news and we've obviously missed the boat? Or are they all doing things without thinking about it as well? And I think you'll find that if you actually take that deep breath and not look just here, but across the entire world, you'll see that adoption of these technologies are actually incredibly slow. So I'm not talking about the pocket AI that we all carry around with us, right? Not our telephones, not the fact that these things are embedded into Google Maps and stuff like that, things that we all depend on. I'm talking about enterprises, banks, companies, any of the ones that people interact with on a daily basis. What is the actual adoption of these technologies? And it's not very high. But even then, so there's a need for us to kind of take stock and not worry as much about going fast. So we can think about that in terms of asking ourselves, just like we would with any other technical transformation, what is our challenge? Where does technology play a role in that challenge? And then how do we do a transformation within our company? So how do we bring our employees along? Because transformations never happen well if you try and impose it on the company. They happen much better if you bring employees along and explain to them why this tech is helpful for them, for example, right? So if I put that on one side, the final point I wanted to make, which always when I get to here, I go, oh dear, I forgot what my final point was. But the final point I wanted to make was, it'll come back to me. And if it doesn't, we can come back to me. So I might just leave it there and move on, because I always forget my final point.
Okay, thanks, Anna. I think we were on the same train. We were stuck in the tunnel for a long time. So anyway, so much about London transport. So yesterday I was up in Bletchley and on the train over there to another fringe event. Everywhere. And chaired by David, who's right in front of me. And in the train, I was kind of sitting down, eavesdropping on various conversations that people were saying about, why they were all going to Bletchley on this particular train. And one thing did strike me. Their interest mainly was to understand the various narratives that were being formed around AI. And so they weren't interested in the thing itself. They were interested in how this was being spun and framed and used. And I think and that reminded me of the old story of the six blind men and the elephant. And everybody has a chance to touch the elephant in a particular point. So one would touch the tusk and go, oh, it's like a spear, and the other one would touch the tail and say it's like a rope, and so on. So you can see that the various players, blindly or deliberately, are choosing to frame their approach to this technology in a particular way, like those six blind men, except that they had excuse and they were blind. So there are a lot of ideologies, a lot of perspectives, a lot of blind spots being played out here. And I would just thank Anna for bringing this together so that all of you play a part in understanding how these narratives play out and your role, your agency in shaping those narratives so they don't run away from us in a way. Yeah? And I just want to acknowledge the expertise and stuff that my fellow panelists have already said. The infrastructure, the governance infrastructure in the UK is appalling. It is terrible. I mean, I have been studying a lot about the ESG stuff coming out from the European Union and how countries like Germany are introducing institutions to enable this change to take place. Those institutions are already and have been working on ESG for at least a decade. They're in place for both the reporting and the reacting. What have we got? And this is the same story again with AI. And I think for me, sitting here as the head of Inside Futures for the Chartered Institute of Personnel, the impact on organizations is enormous, because suddenly organizations going, you mean it's up to us to make these decisions? You mean the risks are up to us to manage? You mean the ethics and the fallout from a misjudgment of ethics is on us? Without the infrastructure, without the support, without the institutions on which to base those decisions. We had a roundtable on AI with senior HR people just last month. And they acknowledged that there were risks. They were concerned about the ethics that they had to face. when they embedded AI into organizational processes. They acknowledged that they were responsible to monitor the impact of those technologies on their workforce, on their stakeholders, throughout the life cycle of the technology, and to be transparent and to be humble about the limitations of their own capacity to monitor these technologies. And they also acknowledge that some of these technologies are not well monitored. The way that we use AI to sift applicants, to manage the talent life cycle, and the impact it has on the employment relationship going forward. So, and at the end, they said that whilst these are organizational concerns, they were also very concerned about the impact societally. And they raised things like, what will happen to certain jobs? How do we make a transition from a particular skill to a new skill? How do we support and handhold and provide a safety net for that transition? Because if you've read Frey's book on the age of machines, where he went through the experience of the Industrial Revolution and how so many people were dislocated for generations before the promised wealth came. We could face that same scenario if we don't manage this well, if we don't have the institutions to do this well. And organizations can do their part, but we will still find a lot of people left behind, including SMEs, which is our engine of our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Wilson.
Gina, I remembered my last point.
Yes, please.
It's a good one. No, I'm just kidding. No, so what I was talking about was to take a time to think before you move. But also there is that the reason for all this is because these technologies have been here a long time, they are already having an effect, making an effect on the things that we're doing and how we do things. So as a very quick example, we have filters and agents that curate all the content that we read and see online, that use your data to do so. And some of that will mean that you, but even before knowing whether or not a job is being posted, may never see the ad for that job, right? So part of the way these systems are working actually limit the number of people or the pool to which job ads actually arrive. And then there's all sorts of different things that then go through filtering CVs and so on. So we have these technologies already affecting workers, and also indeed via the technologies we have in the office already being used. So two things need to happen, which is an awareness of where these technologies are being used. So this comes back to the skills and the employers, and then the right kinds of regulations that are put in place to help protect our workers and to protect the kind of things that we hold near and dear in order to continue having an equitable environment. And we don't have to get it right, we just have to start so that we can be agile and fix it and keep working on it. Doesn't have to be right, we have to start.
I think starting on start is a great idea and a great point for us to land as a conversation together, and inviting the four of you to come in. Wilson, I love the idea of all of these companies going around saying, you mean it's up to us? And in some ways, that's a metaphor for almost everything that's been said on the panel so far, of regions, Philip, saying, you mean it's up to us? I had a conversation, I'm sure you're all having different conversations. I had a conversation with one of the regions saying, well, we're going to have our own AI Safety Institute because it's up to us. Like, okay, that's great, I think, but is it up to you? I mean, how are we, where is our starting point? And from both Wilson and Philip's kind of provocations, the terrain is very unequal. The terrain is really a kind of digital haves and have-nots in many ways in this country. And this comes to Jolene, looking at how workers then are experiencing. You know, you mean it's up to me to navigate these kinds of tools and technologies, and then bringing, you know, Sana, I think this, you know, this kind of call to be thoughtful but start is, you know, it's both a challenge to where we map this terrain of where we are right now and the challenges and changes that are happening at this moment, but also where do we start to build some kind of, shall I say, solidarity out of this, right? Of people understanding that they're having these struggles. So I don't know which one of you wants to kind of take up the starting point of where we start, but what's the ground we're working with here?
Well, I think I'd like to hear from Philip and possibly Wilson and Sana. I know you've been directly involved about the institutions, because that's really the thing that comes back is where is the infrastructure, not in terms of trains, but in terms of the institutional bodies that have some teeth, some power, some coalescing role that can mean that we aren't on our own in this? Because that absolutely was coming out of our surveys. Firms feel they are plowing their own field and trying to figure it out on their own. They're high risks to getting it wrong, as you've already mentioned. And I know this afternoon there's going to be some reflections on the qualitative focus group work we've done. There is so many differences in the way firms have engaged with their employees over how they've introduced the technology. So your point, Sana, like, it's here, but did we tell anybody? Have we asked permission? Was it a collective decision to progress with whichever form of technology we've introduced? And that has enormous implications for the acceptability, the extent to which people feel technology is on their team as opposed to on the other team. And so this acceptability determines our quality of life in the wake of all of this. So, you know, inequalities are part of that quality of life, but our lived experience day to day at work, interacting with a wide range of technologies, that too determines our life satisfaction and shouldn't be ignored. But it seems as though we can't get into that nitty-gritty without zooming right up and saying, institutions, where are they? And that's not my field, so I'd love to know more.
They're not there. That's the straight answer in the UK, and it's on multiple dimensions. You know, these are issues often, sociologists often talk about wicked problems. It's not something you can solve with one particular element or one particular activity or investment. You've got to do multiple things, interlocking, and all at the same time, or at least with a proper sequence that people understand. The difficulty in the UK at the moment is we have basically an institutional vacuum. So our governance system is an ultra-pyramid. So the citizens feel like at the bottom, local businesses, SMEs, all the kind of foundation elements of the economy are all here. Central government's up here. There's a huge congestion problem because there's only a small number of institutions at the top that get a hearing. A pyramid maximizes the degrees of separation between everybody vertically. So you get no engagement from the bottom going upwards because, one, everyone knows there's no point because there's no one to speak to. And two, even if you try, you're not going to get any kind of engagement anyway because of the roadblocks. So what you get is you get no bottom-up learning. What you get is top-down directionality all the time. We can solve the problem, here's the problem, and here's all the directions, and here's the rules. And somehow we hope that that's not going to work. It's going to work. The problem is it doesn't work, and actually deep down everyone knows it doesn't work. The problem is that I regard what we call meso-level institutions. In federal states, you have state level. You know, many countries that have that. In other unitary states, you have very, very devolved institutions with enormous power and which also are based on a bottom-up logic. So there's different ways of trying to solve these problems. But in the case of new technologies, you've got discussions around skills, around working practices, around legal issues, absolutely correct. At the moment, we've suddenly got this rush, let's give city regions these powers, but they're struggling just to deal with fairly basic things themselves. You add all these things on, and they don't have the capacity at the moment. They don't have the resources, they don't have the legal basis to do a lot of these things. So if we want to have proper conversations about situating decision-making and the legal backing to allow people to make decisions without facing these almost exorbitant risks, how do you do that? It involves a great deal of rethinking about the nature of activities and the institutional setup in which they take place. And I would refer to people, because obviously I'm focused on the geography question, There's the great schematic that comes from the Institute for Good Work. You can go on and you can see the geography of good work in the UK, broken down locality by locality. You can go onto the website and do it. What's really remarkable is it's almost identical to the geography of opportunities with climate change mitigation. The Social Market Foundation have the best work on this using the Bayes data. So think about the need to transition all these geographical types of jobs in a way that enhances agency is also going to be built onto and partitioning with what's going on in terms of the climate change mitigation agenda that we can't get away from. And those imbalances, if anything, are going to get bigger. So where is the institutional setup that we need to build to facilitate these transitions? Who are you having conversations with? Like you say, firms have got no one to talk to. There's no one around the table. They can't go to Whitehall and Westminster because there's no hearing. What you need is people who are much more situated in the localities where you can start to build systems. At the moment, they don't exist.
If I may come in
Yeah.
very quickly.
And just before you do, if I may, there are questions on the Slido. The Slido number here is 1714449. So post questions to the Slido, and I'll take some of those from there. Sana.
Thank you. Just to, I spent 5 years in government heading up the Office for AI, and before that I was at Government Digital Service, taking some of the kind of services and putting them online and stuff. So I've been working in government for some time, and it's interesting what you say, because I'm also Canadian, where we do have provincial government, and we have a federal government, and you see the shortcomings of both systems very quickly, where and the fact that I think you said it very well. There's very good reason why there isn't a government front door, right? And we used to say the Office for AI, like I used to say to the team, I want the Office for AI to be the AI front door, right? So if you had an AI question, at least it came to us, and then we'd punt it to the right place, because it's it's important to have that kind of conversation. It isn't because, but just to stand up for it, there tends to be more from tends to be more from the overabundance of work rather than conspiracy that things don't happen, and there tends to be that a lot of the work is happening but isn't told or isn't explained, doesn't come out and communicated. Even a lot of the kind of misunderstandings around this specific summit, for example, are from miscommunication or just lack of communication because of being run off your feet. But having said all that, I think the feedback loop needs to be much stronger. And some of that, the onus is on policymakers to ensure they're getting the perspective from a wide enough array of people. And some of it, I would suggest, given that we are where we are, and it'll take a long time to move to a place where we have a much better kind of circular comms, needs people to come together and help the civil servants or help the policymakers by writing white papers, by making noise, because it does actually work. It is heard and it is acted on. And for my part, being inside, just making noise isn't good enough. Making noise with answers is much more helpful. So surveys, like you discussed, showing that there is empirical evidence. This kind of thing is actually unbelievably useful to policymakers, because they will put that together and put it forward as policy that's needed. So that hearing from you is so important. And this is just, I'm not in government anymore, but this was my key takeaways as somebody who is sitting in government trying to make policy.
Listen.
Thanks. When I was in government, it was working in the science, technology, development field. And one of the things, ICT then and AI now are cross-cutting. they impact education, they impact manpower, look at people power, they impact so many parts of government which operate in silos, right? So one of the things that happened was they created a national council where it was chaired by the Prime Minister, and then they had the relevant ministers sitting in, so that the conversation started in policy terms there. And the Prime Minister said, this is interesting, I think we should investigate it. The minister would say, yes sir, we would do that. So there was a coordination in the development plans for ICT because there was the sponsorship, there was the level of seriousness, and there was a formal structure. Given that for the UK, we have to build some kind of structure for ESG, right? We need to transition to this. We are legally bound. We need to build those institutions. If we follow the lead of the European Union, we can actually piggyback that institutional framework because their regulations make anything that impacts their citizens a human right issue, and technology impacts the citizens and must therefore be monitored, reported, and acted upon. So there is a risk, safety, governance issue from that perspective already. Since we have to build something, let's build something that works, because we cannot just build a department of AI. That would be ridiculous, right? We need to look at how this cross-cuts across all the different things that impact citizens' lives.
I think that's great. Oh, now I'm off mic. Now I'm on. Now I'm on. Now I'm on.
Okay.
I have a funny switch. I have to switch. Sort of like some of this tech we're talking about that works sometimes, doesn't work other times. One of the questions that's come from the audience through Slido is talking. This is from David Wood. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. This is from Oliver. What are the root causes of this institutional gap that we have? Is there a way, I'm adding on to the question, is there a way that we can tech our way out of this? Is there hope for how new digital technologies help make us fix some of these problems? Or are there other steps we have to do first in order to take full advantage of the technologies we're talking about?
Can I augment the question one more step and ask, Sana, you mentioned we've been here before, we've got to think about history, and have we done it successfully before in a similar sort of transition? So just wanting to add to the question rather than help with the answer.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
I don't think we've done it well before. I mean, and maybe this is, but I do think there are lessons that we can learn from, right? We have had technology that has displaced people in the past, right? And we haven't done a good job of thinking about what happens to the community when technology displaces what was holding that community together in the first place. We haven't done that well. Right? And something like that is happening at a much quicker speed, right? I talked about the adoption is taking a lot longer, but actually the rate of digitization and the move towards needing fewer people because we're just becoming more productive and that kind of thing is happening more quickly. And so I do think looking back and saying, you know, what could we have done better? And to be honest, my answer when you back this out always ends with skills. It's skills, right? It's making sure that we all take that onus upon ourselves, right? So this isn't asking the question, and it isn't me putting onto the citizen, right? So now that you've got your, you know, doctoral degree in medicine because you need to self-diagnose because you can't get to the GP, and you've got Google to help you with that. Now go off and, you know, get your PhD in you know, data science and AI, because now you need to understand what's happening to your data and when to say yes to the consent things. And, you know, that's not what I mean, because that is what's happening, right? It's not what we want, but that is what we are doing, is we're basically saying to the citizen, right, here's another lot of stuff you need to go and learn. But I think that the onus is on every one of us along this journey, right? for us to do the hard work to make it easier to understand. So what is it that we're trying to talk about? And this is where the whole term AI, I think, needs to be, shelved. So that's one. The citizens themselves need to know where to go. So we need to do the work to figure out what is it that we're teaching them. There's an onus on government, for policymakers, to understand what's happening, to get up to speed, right? So, I heard somebody yesterday, and I thought this was brilliant, talk about the fact that there is a lot of policymakers who've been surged from all parts of government into the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology to work on the AI Summit, right? And they said, isn't this a really brilliant and positive thing? Because they have all come in, they've all upskilled on this area of policy, which they wouldn't have otherwise, right? The problem is the summit will end, they'll go back to their day jobs, and their view of AI will remain November 2023.
Right.
Right? So how do we keep the information fresh, right? And now that isn't just at citizens and workers, but across this entire thing. How do we do that? And that's a question, and I think if we're going to learn anything from history, that's got to be it.
Yeah, Philip.
You asked how we got in this situation. Well, it was 3 steps. They were all political and they were all uncoordinated for different reasons, different times, perfectly well-intentioned with a logic. The first one was under the Thatcher government, and it was a response to the fiscal crisis of local government, primarily the Liverpool City issue, where the local councillors, there was a question about are they willing to break the fiscal rules from the government. If you look at the data, it suggests that that's where the first marked shift is. This is the Hock and Marx data that some of you may be familiar with. That basically under the Thatcher government, basically much more centralised control for fiscal and monetary management of sub-central government. So that was the first big step of centralisation. The second step was under the Blair-Brown government, was the public service agreements. Because there was a fear in the government that the financial markets would get very nervous about incoming Labour government, because reputations about spending and so on. So basically the public service agreements, in a sense, built on the increasing centralisation which had already happened, and that allowed a lot of ministerial fiat, where ministers were directly intervening in what was going on locally, with really no coordination activities at all, just intervening all the time, to make sure what had taken place locally was in agreement with what they thought. And then the third stage was, if you want to call it austerity or whatever, under Cameron Osborne, that most adversely impacted on local government in weaker places. But that's not the only reason. It's actually in 3 stages, and the Holt Marx data, you see it very clearly. So we've ended up in this situation for a series of different political decisions which were dependent on things that were happening at that time, not with any particular overview. In terms of Whitehall itself, I mean, I find this, I do a lot of work with Whitehall. And in fact, tomorrow I'm meeting with all the cross-government teams, the city growth teams, talking to them about all the levelling up agenda. I mean, they have tremendous expertise, but they're often tasked with doing things which are simply impossible given the institutional system we have. That's the problem. And it's the meso level, where is the space that people can come together? And this is where I take a different view. There are some people who think we can sort of AI ourselves out of these problems.
Right.
I think it's absolutely impossible, because for things like AI, I tend to think in terms of advanced technologies, Industry 3.0, 4.0, of which you could throw AI in there, whatever. Fundamentally, deliberative processes of building agreements between people for courses of action, generating legitimacy, and the legal infrastructure to allow steps to be taken forward where you can build some sort of consensus. Those are the critical things. They're not things you can solve with technology. Even more, they require people sitting around a table. You know, salience, legitimacy, credibility. Those are the 3 things we know from all the work of the National Academy of Sciences, for example. Those three things are critical, and that can only come about through deliberative processes. The difficulty in the UK is the institutional imbalances between the centre and everyone else makes those deliberative processes almost impossible. It's not a blame on anybody at all. It's just a product of political decisions which were taken at different time periods, different eras, different decades for different reasons. But we've ended up in a very difficult space.
I want to bring both Wilson and Jolene in this. So I know you're talking to organizations, and maybe you've got ideas from the employees of your survey.
So I'll just respond to your question about, whether it is possible. And I think yesterday, one of the conversations I had, they talked about how AI could increase the diversity and the voice at citizens assembly level. So at that level, building consensus using AI is possible. The question is, what then do they do with that voice, right? And you asked what actually works. And I would say in the UK, I observed that inquiries work very well. They are very well structured. They're led by a very skilled chair, and the scope is very clear. But then what happens to those recommendations? So they face the same institutional black hole that citizens' assemblies would. So, and I don't think any amount of technology will help that, because we have a system which is adversarial, which is siloed, and it is deliberately so, for good reason, but that doesn't lend itself to those processes of inquiry recommendations ever making it to statute or to institutional action, nor for citizens' assembly to happen. So in CIPD, we spent a lot of time lobbying government on various things, menopausal success, because it wasn't politically tricky, but all those things that require pain in the last 7 years has been kicked down, the never-ending road. So we've not had a political decision in the last 7 years of any import. So for us, we go like this, right? Chambers of Commerce, everybody goes to one point. Prime ministers change every second day. And then what exactly do you do to change anything?
Right.
So, yeah.
And so maybe coming back to think about.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy to reflect kind of even further down the ecosystem into firms and within individual workers, and it's the same pattern that we're seeing. There's a lot of variation. Of course, within the very small firms, you can have organic communication, but once you get into larger environments, your HR policy matters, your institutions matter, the way that management interacts with employee groups matters, and there is no standardization of that. And it's important, it's not important that it's standardized, but it's important that the approach is thoughtful, that a conversation begins, and I know Magda's going to touch much more on this afternoon in a later panel. But in our focus group discussions, we had employees that were actively enthusiastic about the adoption of a wide range of technologies within their workplaces. Oh, it's a sign that our firm is competitive and successful. And when we started digging down, those are the firms who engaged with their employees in a human conversation about how the technology will be introduced, will augment what they do, will support their roles, will take the boring stuff out and leave them to focus on the good stuff. So that was done in collaboration through a series of conversations around a table to make sure that the technology worked for the organization and the people in that organization. Others who are much more concerned about being surveilled, weren't quite sure about whether their jobs might be replaced, ended up with the boring jobs of turning the machines on and off. There was no conversation. So I think that what we're saying at a macro level about the shortcomings of, hey, government hasn't got their act together and we need some decentralization and institutions, that's true at a firm level too. And actually we need to roll out an ecosystem of process, of conversation there, and that might be the way to start. It may not, I don't know where we'll end up with it, but maybe that's a way to start.
Well, this is a good place to start the rest of our day. I just want to add a quick note that I've been working on a book called Negotiating Innovation, where we really are seeing that it is the workers at the coalface of technological change who, in negotiation with each other, with their companies, and yes, with the institutional configurations in which constrain and enable their work, they are the ones who are pushing for changes in rules. They are the ones who are pushing for changes in governance that work for them, and they're the ones actually figuring out how to make the technology work, how to make the topic of today, how to make the future work. They're the ones doing that.
But at an individual level. So some form of collective action, I don't know, it's a slightly controversial term, but how do they do that with a voice?
Exactly. How can we raise that and see the benefits of these changes on a scale? So this is just the beginning of our conversation. I know we got a little bit of a late start, but I would like for all of you to join me in thanking our panel.
Yeah, we'll do a very quick turnover. When you're using the Slido, very quickly, there's two options there. There's the Q&A, and there's also ideas. The ideas is for you to offer some actions, what are your thoughts about how we can go from here. The Q&A is to stuff to go to the panel. So there's two possible options there. Thank you so much. If we could have our next panel up, please. Move up there. So yeah, I'm coming down the microphone.
Am I muted or not? I think, okay, all good, all good. Great, so this session is titled Open AI, Regulation for the Common Good. And as we know, 50 miles to the northwest, the primary focus of the Global AI Safety Summit is on existential so-called frontier AI and new dangers including bioweapons, cybercrime and deepfake capabilities will be discussed. But here, at the Making the Future Work Summit, we want to ground the debate in more immediate challenges and opportunities around work, the workplace, and working lives that are being transformed by AI. I'd like to introduce myself first. I'm Oliver Pickup, a technology and business journalist based here in London, although I was born in Stockport, and Philip, I can understand your desire to leave quite quickly. I'm joined by Abby, Dr. Abby Gilbert, Director of the Institute for the Future of Work. We've also got Dr. Florian Osman, Head of AI Governance and Regulatory Innovation at the Alan Turing Institute. Rebecca Thomas, Head of Employment Policy at the Equality and Human Rights Commission. And finally, Sid Chatterjee, Policy and Governance Strategist at Holistic AI. Now, the pressing question of how AI can or should be regulated is facing governments and policymakers across the world, as we know. But the issues faced by workplaces and sectors across the world, away from the technology industry, are real and immediate, and there's an urgent need to address them. I'm going to throw some stats at you now. The World Economic Forum predicts that a quarter of all jobs will be disrupted by the rapid adoption of AI over the next 5 years. The organization says that there'll be 14 million fewer overall jobs in 2028, with 83 million roles vanishing, yet only 69 million being created. Other sources disagree. McKinsey, however, calculates that AI will create 133 million new jobs by the end of the decade. And yet, and this is perhaps to Philip's point, found that low-paid workers are 4 times more likely to be replaced by AI than high-paid workers. Further, Goldman Sachs reckons AI could replace the equivalent of 30 million jobs, although hopefully human panel moderators are safe for now. The serious point is, while the UK government is making headlines about regulating AI, there are widespread concerns any laws and legislation may be too loose or too sluggish, or even if they focus on existential risks, too much of a distraction to be good and meaningful for businesses, or most importantly, their workers. I was really interested in Jolene's research there about the how more AI means less quality of life. I work for myself, but if I was to work for a company that monitors my work at home, I might get one of those mouse jigglers for Christmas. You've heard about those? But anyway, again, being serious, Abby, I'd like to start with you, please. Could you talk about the wider risks of AI use in the workplace and how well they are considered by the current AI white paper and what might be included in the white paper after the AI Safety Summit that is relevant to this topic, please?
Sure, and thank you, Ollie. So yeah, I suppose it's, you threw some statistics out there around projections of automation risk, and there's obviously been a variety of ways within the academy of trying to estimate what these kind of impacts might be, with a really notable paper some years ago estimating 47% of jobs would be impacted. But when we try and unpack what that automation exposure looks like, then it requires us to think in more granular ways around how work is being reorganized, what that means for the quality of work, and also how value is being created, which is important in the light of the fact that the adoption of these technologies is happening with trade-offs to job quality, with variable productivity gains. So the real purpose and question is also to be, I suppose, interrogated there. So obviously the most sort of common imagined impact of technology on work is its displacement, the loss of jobs. And this is obviously a risk that does need to be better managed, and part of that is supporting transition, and then also potentially sort of welfare support as the role of the state in that context during that transition moment. But there's also positive outcomes of the potential of technology, like new job creation. Prompt engineers has emerged as a new role with significant returns in recent years. And also what we've described in a recent paper, reframing automation as high discretion augmentation. So where technology has been designed, developed or deployed to increase the opportunity for the worker to use their discretion in how they do their job and to supplement and aid them. So that might look like something to the effect of a surgeon using kind of robotic equipment to work remotely. We've heard in our own research in the PISA Readers Review that this was an empowering experience for those workers. And both in new job creation that's linked to the use of AI, and also in high discretion augmentation cases, the value that the worker feels they can contribute is also tending to be reflected in wages. And this is why there's often a focus on skills programs and creation of STEM jobs as part of the kind of main focus of conversations around AI and the future of work. Now that's important and that's great, and we need to see those kind of outcomes in practice. But the space of AI regulation arguably comes into some of the other kind of context that we outline in this paper, and that we think it's important for the broader conversation around what automation means to consider in order that we effectively understand what the risks and impacts to work might be. So to come to some of those other types of automation impact, the first that we might consider is the intensification of work. We've already had a little bit of banter about this morning, and obviously quite aside from the kind of scheduling of meetings, which might be an incidental kind of intensification impact, there's also now really direct evidence, and the key kind of media cases that exemplify this are drivers who are prevented from having toilet breaks as a result of the intensity of their required completion of driving jobs, or the kind of Amazon warehouse worker who has to deliver 95% task productivity rate in order not to get bumped off. So intensification is something that can be, obviously it's a managerial choice and an employment choice to allow an algorithm to manage people in that way. But then there are incentives and penalties like robo-firing that maintain compliance to that kind of routine. So that's one kind of set of risks to consider, and I know that we're going to get a chance to talk about regulation and precedents for managing this. They already exist around the world, so leading in that space is something that we need to think about. Another kind of impact is low discretion augmentation. So we talked about the kind of high discretion augmentation, arguably elsewhere described as upskilling in work. Low discretion augmentation reduces the choice environment of a worker to try and encourage them to comply with what seemed to be a single best method, and reduce the kind of contribution that they make to a role. So this could be something like an Uber driver following a route, and it could equally be, as we've seen in some of our own research, that workers input the methods of how they do something in a range of other sectors, and then a best method is chosen and they're encouraged to comply to that. Now, obviously, that has potential impacts on worker dignity, but also on the potential returns and benefits that they can have from work. There are obviously advantages in expanding the number of people who can use a method to achieve work and expanding and opening access to a market, much like we might see with the transformation from London taxi drivers to kind of Uber drivers who now don't need the internalized human capital, as some people might say, of those routes, which it creates these conditions. But then there can also be outcomes for pay that I suppose need to be considered in advance where these transitions are made. But then another significant, and the third one that I'll touch on now, form of automation is where the information processing capabilities of technology come to restructure exchanges within the market. Now, the clearest use case that we've seen talked about in this is hiring. But this kind of matching process is happening in a number of other contexts. So matching of workers to tasks within a job, which can be from within the scale of a firm, or equally, obviously, the most notable case of this is in the gig economy. Now, we've seen that algorithmic management platforms have been introduced into conventional sectors and are creeping across the whole sort of source of the economy. So this kind of question of matching has become more important. So I think I've probably given a broad introduction there, but we'll get on to maybe talk about some of the regulatory responses to that. Yeah, subsequently.
That's great. Thank you very much, Abby. Robo-hiring and robo-firing, how frightening. Sid, if I could turn to you now, because I know that you've got a view of what's happening around the world in terms of models for regulating workplace AI. Could you give us a run-through of what you're seeing and where the direction of travel might be here as well?
Certainly. Fasten your seatbelts, there's a lot to cover here. Regulation in the employment context is mostly centered, as of now, in the US and Europe. And they really look at different elements of employment. And starting kind of with state level regulation. In the US, you've got the Illinois AI Video Interview Act, quite kind of self-explanatory. It requires transparency disclosures for employers using AI in video interviews. Also mandates such employers to report demographic data of the candidates they've interviewed through these means, and you can sort of versus those who kind of don't get the job and all of that. And there's also a very interesting right to be forgotten provision within this regulation, and it's been passed now, where candidates can actually request for data erasure within 30 days, and the employer has to comply. Otherwise, of course, there are fines and all of that. The second one is from New York, the very famous New York bias audit law, officially known as New York Local Law 144, that mandates independent annual bias audits of automated employment decision tools, AEDTs, and it also very usefully provides metrics on the same after kind of extensive consultation with the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. Moving on, there's California, two kind of legislations emerging from there, both kind of at the proposal stage. So first of all, there is Assembly Bill 331, which looks at automated decision tools, so different articulations of the same tool for employment purposes, and it kind of mandates governance programs, which is sort of a risk assessment, as well as an impact assessment on an annual basis to be conducted for these. This is supplemented by California's Workplace Technology Accountability Act. That was a huge name, which is again very similar to AB 331. Also mandates impact assessments for employment decision tools, and also, to Abby's point, limits workplace monitoring, which is definitely a new thread of regulation that we're seeing, at least in the American context. Coming to DC, there is the Stop Discrimination of Algorithms Act, or the SDAA, which actively prohibits the use of personal data correlated with personal with protected characteristics to be used for algorithmic decision making. So we're anticipating that a lot of it will be pertinent to the employment context. And then there are two kind of overarching regulations at the federal level. There is the Algorithmic Accountability Act, the AAA, which was reintroduced, interestingly, for the third time last month, which mandates annual impact assessments of automated critical decision processes, so ACDPs. Again, the same thing, but sort of different sort of terminology, typology. And this actively covers kind of interventions of algorithms in employment, self-employment, and workers' management. And of course, there's the executive order. That came out on Monday. There's a specific section called Supporting Workers, Section 6, I think, in the executive order, wherein the Department of Labor is directed to issue guidelines, principles, best practices to address job displacement due to AI, worker data transparency, workplace monitoring, and also, very interestingly, mandate capacity building for kind of officials at federal agencies, etc. Moving on to the EU. Moving on to the EU, there's a very famous EU AI Act, which is currently going through the trilogue process. It is expected to be finalized by the end of this year, though increasingly that's probably not the case. Employment decision systems are considered high risk. There's a bunch of things that they need to do to comply, such as conformity assessments, risk assessments, etc. And there is Spain's rider law, 9/21, which gives the presumption of employment to gig workers. For the first time, something very new that we're seeing in regulation, and it also mandates transparency disclosures for algorithmic decision-making systems of platform economies. So yeah, it's quite a lot.
Well done, Sid. That was a great whistle-stop tour. And hearing that, Rebecca, where are we at now, would you say, with the UK? And what would you suggest are the best regulatory methods and tools to address the equality risks of AI in the workplace?
So, I mean, in terms of the current regulatory framework in relation to equality and the principle of non-discrimination, the EHRC's view is essentially that the Equality Act, as it stands, provides that regulatory framework through which instances of discrimination or bias can be addressed. The challenge we've got is the fact that this is, sort of an exponentially increasing and innovative environment, which means there is a potential then for regulatory gaps which needs to be addressed. The other thing that we're really mindful of too is the fact that we're operating in a global context. So while we have this domestic framework, many of the organisations that are subject to equality law in the UK are also going to be subject to other jurisdictions and are going to have initiatives or approaches or policies or practices that adhere. So I think one of the things that we are looking to see from the government is a model of collaborative regulation that operates within this global context, which also addresses the very specific needs of Britain's workers and Britain's employers, and can move at pace to plug regulatory gaps. I think there are a range of innovations we're seeing in this space already that support improved regulation or increase awareness of regulatory compliance. I just think if you look at, certainly the work that you're doing, Alan Turing Institute, around standards, I think that's a fantastic way to explore, much needed, particularly in employment context, because absolutely that is framed within a sort of, a kind of a European, an American, a global context. Certainly the work that the ICO is doing around sort of regulatory sandboxes is really helpful, certainly something that we are very keen to explore. And then the EHRC sort of standard approach is to progress at the kind of the softer end of regulation in the first instance, so lead with guidance and sort of capacity building and awareness raising in terms of obligations and duties. So last year, for example, we published guidance on the use of AI in public services. There's a particular benefit that the Equality Act provides in relation to public sector organisations because they have duties under the public sector equality duty, section 149 of the Equality Act, which means there is a proactive obligation on
on public sector bodies to take steps to consider the impact of their policies, their practices, and so on. So that provided us with a really clear opportunity to kind of clarify what Equality Act compliant deployment of AI looks like. And that was, I think there's been a great deal of pickup of that. It's been a really useful framework. Also for private sector employers, and I think this is one of the other regulatory challenges for us, that there is the potential for gaps in relation to private sector organisations when it comes to employment obligations, and that's something that warrants careful and close attention. The other point I would make around sort of we talk about regulation and we talk about enforcement. When it comes to equality law, there is a dual enforcement approach. Now, obviously, we have the EHRC as the statutory regulator for the Equality Act, but we are a very small organisation. And to date, we haven't heard much in the way of a commitment from government to invest greater resource across the regulators involved in this space. But that is absolutely fundamental to support compliance and ensure that sort of issues around discrimination and bias are addressed effectively. But in an employment context specifically, the onus essentially is on the individual to take a claim to tribunal. And one of the big challenges we see in AI is around the issue of transparency. A lot of the time individuals are not going to understand or even be aware of whether AI is being used in the first place, or if it is, whether there is a discriminatory outcome. So actually in terms of awareness of rights and being able then to enforce rights and secure redress, there is a really big gap.
That's great, thank you, Rebecca. And just picking up on a couple of the points there, you mentioned the work the Turing Institute is doing there. Florian, could you just tell us about the Standards Hub and how well the workplace risks, as mentioned by Abby and others, considered in these standards, and how they're well suited to governance of socio-technical risks?
Yeah, thank you. So the AI Standards Hub is a partnership between the Alan Turing Institute, the British Standards Institution, and the National Physical Laboratory, which is the Measurement Institute in the UK. And we launched the hub a little more than a year ago. It grew out of the National AI Strategy. We're working very closely with DCIT and other parts of government in delivering it. And the focus is, I should say, a bit more about what we mean by standards in that context. So the focus is on standards that are developed in organizations such as ISO at the international level, for example, or CEN-CENELEC at the European level. There are many others, of course, but in other words, organizations that are recognized formally as standards development bodies that have a history in many other areas of industry and engineering and technology, and increasingly are working to develop standards for AI technologies. So the mission of the hub is to raise awareness for the role of those types of standards in the AI governance context. It's sort of reflective of the fact that I think around the world we've seen growing attention on the role of standards as a governance tool for a variety of reasons. So for example, in the EU AI Act, there's a particular specific role for standards, which I'll say more about in a moment. There is, of course, the view that standards may be able to fill gaps where regulation isn't existent, and may sort of provide sort of a widely agreed best practice that industry actors and others can agree on to fill gaps. But they can also help to facilitate the implementation of regulation. And sort of important aspect there is the fact that regulation, in many cases, remains at a fairly high level to set out principles or set out general requirements, and standards can provide sort of the necessary detailed guidance, on what those requirements mean in practice. And I'll say a bit more about how that works in the European context, because it will have quite significant implications for the UK ecosystem. So in the EU context, we've heard already about the EU AI Act, which has a category of high-risk AI applications, of which a range of applications in the recruitment employment context form part of. Now, one aspect of the EU AI Act is to set out a set of requirements that developers of AI systems that are considered high risk need to comply with. requirements around documentation, record keeping, testing, different forms of assurance, and so on. Now, within the EU, generally speaking, there's a concept of harmonized standards. And what those standards do, those are standards developed by Sensenelec. Once they're adopted by the European Commission as a harmonized standard, they create a legal presumption of conformity with the regulation. That is to say that in order to show conformity with the regulation, it's sufficient to have conformed and show conformity with the standard. And as a result, it's not necessary for organizations to use that standard, but it's by far the most efficient way to show compliance. And so as a result, those standards are expected to be very widely adopted and have really significant impact, including for any developer in the UK that seeks to do business in the EU market. Now, I think you raised the question partly around what's the role of standards in the employment context, and to what extent do we see standards development activity focused on the kinds of use cases that we're talking about today. I think the short answer to that is that we've seen limited activity that's specifically focused on standards for AI in recruitment tools, for example. But that isn't to say there's a lot of activity that's relevant. So what we've seen so far is a lot of activity that's focused on horizontal standards. And Adam Leon-Smith, if anyone has detailed questions on this, Adam Leon-Smith is in the audience. He's a key UK representative in lots of those working groups and committees. Will be able to share more details. So there are lots of horizontal standards that are designed, to set out risk management processes, for example, for AI developed in any context, and those will of course be relevant, to any use cases in the employment context. Now, the big question, of course, is what is the gap that's left by these horizontal standards? So what are the areas where, in order for standards to be meaningful, we need something specific, that sets out requirements or test methods or metrics that are specifically designed for the employment context. And I think it's quite clear there will be a need for some vertical standards, but what exactly the mix will look like is sort of an ongoing debate.
Yeah, absolutely. And perhaps I can bring you back in, Rebecca, as well, because you touched upon this as well, talking about transparency, fairness and bias in AI systems. Is this the same as equality, and how would you assess where the current regimes are now?
Well, I mean, fairness is one aspect of equality. I think we also need to look at sort of both opportunity and outcome then as a result. So actually what is the outcome for the individual who is subject to the deployment of AI in a particular employment context? So I think if you look at the proposals that are coming from the government in the AI white paper, there is reference to bias and fairness and non-discrimination. Which is a sort of a helpful start, but it's not sort of clearly articulated, and possibly because what they're trying to do is develop a regulatory approach and a set of principles that are going to be relevant to all sort of case uses. So in terms of the kind of the point around transparency, I think actually fundamentally this is where we're going to see the biggest challenge. So. Both in terms of the individual being able to secure redress, as I said, but also around ensuring that the employers, the organisations using AI are accountable, that they are preemptively accountable, that they take steps in the first instance to make sure that the deployment of AI in their specific sector or workplace is compliant with equality law. One of the other points I just wanted to make sort of more generally was the fact that this is wider than equality. It also engages human rights, and in particular sort of the right to just and favourable conditions at work under the International Convention on Economic and Social Cultural Rights. Yeah, I may need to come back to that. But actually what we're seeing in terms of, what Abby was saying at the start was actually that there is going to be very real sort of detriment to workers engaged in certain sectors, in certain types of roles. That's going to increase exponentially. The challenge, I think, for all of us in terms of trying to develop approaches, whether it's standards or whether it's sort of regulatory mechanisms or whether it's government policy and strategies, is the fact that we're already dealing with structural inequality, which means that certain groups are overrepresented in sectors or in areas where they might disproportionately be at risk of the negative impact of the use of AI, and that requires a much more sort of fundamental reconsideration of what's happening in the labour market, what sort of labour market trends we're seeing, and what steps can be taken to address that. So I'll just give you a really quick example. If you look at, for example, you know, 0 hours contracts or gig economy work, what we're seeing is younger workers, older workers, women, and certain ethnic minorities overrepresented in those groups. If they are then subject to further detriment as a result of bias and discriminatory outcomes through the increased deployment of AI, then, you know, that just sort of entrenches inequality further. And we haven't seen anything that sort of fully addresses or grapples with this from a UK government policy perspective.
Abby, you're itching to come in, please. Just a reminder, get your questions in because I'm going to go to the iPad now next.
Thanks, Annie. I suppose I just wanted to start with the fact that in my household, my dad, my home household, my dad actually brews his tea for precisely 3 minutes, recorded on his Apple Watch, because that is what the ISO standard says is an appropriate way to brew tea. I come from a family background of a big, strong support for ISO standards. However, the limitation, I suppose, of these approaches is that, and this is one of the excellent things that I think that the Turing Standards Hub is doing, is creating a space for reflection on their adequacy or inadequacy with commentary on them. But unfortunately, this kind of marketplace of assurance approach to the governance of AI means that often people who are subject to these decisions don't even know what that standard is asking of them unless you sort of bought into it, which is delimiting for a kind of overarching governance strategy. So to pick up on that, I think in relation to these transparency points, and then also some of what Sid touched on, and to give an example of how we can have a baseline that is asking for more than this and how that's demonstrated in international precedent already. The New York hiring law requires for independent audits which then disclose how trade-offs were made during the process of designing a system. So as has been touched on by Rebecca, there are inherent trade-offs in the design of these systems, and those are the kind of decisions that are made behind closed doors, but that are what would determine an organisation being accountable for the potentially discriminatory effects. If there is not if there's not a mandate to disclose that, then organisations, as well as needing more resourcing and capacity, like the EHRC, won't be able to necessarily do the good work that they need to do as these systems expand across space. But equally, there's precedent for thinking about impacts on different types of job quality dimension, again, as picked up by Rebecca, with something like the Platform Workers Directive, which demonstrates that you can actually be doing assessments ex ante, i.e. before, and ex post after, for after they're deployed, for impacts to well-being and psychosocial harm. So going beyond just the sense of physical harms within the health and safety space to also think about different types of impacts. And then equally with this kind of issue, as we talked about earlier and as touched on by Sid around robo-firing and disclosure of what's happening in a process of how you're being judged and evaluated, the Warehouse Worker Act will allow you to know and understand as an individual, and then also representative organisations, what the kind of performance thresholds are for knowing whether or not you're doing your job well, which seems to be a sort of basic fair baseline for understanding how a system is reaching evaluations and judgments about you. I just wanted to sort of throw those in.
Abby, while you're there, I mean, I understand that the Institute for the Future Work is developing a principles-based approach to best practice AI regulation for the common good. Could you elaborate a little bit on that? Are we allowed to talk about that?
Yeah, it's not a secret. It's
great.
Not a secret.
Just checking.
Whenever we get the chance to. So yeah, I suppose there's now a growing precedent, both in the statement released by Biden yesterday and the G7 and a number of other spaces, which I'm sure you'll hear about in the final session today, for an agreement around identifying stakeholders that are impacted before a system is introduced, evaluating what their impacts might be, mitigating them, and then creating an ongoing monitoring architecture, because the impacts of these systems can evolve over time, and also the way in which they'll restructure social reality and shared relationships is also something that needs ongoing attention. And at the Institute, we were actually fortunate enough to be given the opportunity by the Information Commissioner's Office to think about, in this particular instance, data protection as a gateway to the preservation of wider fundamental rights, and developed a resource called Guidance and Methodology for Good Work Algorithmic Impact Assessment. So we understand, I suppose, the common good to be something that's an outcome of good work, but by which we give reference to the Good Work Charter, which is a summary, a kind of framework to align aspiration and action as you're designing technology within a workplace or undertaking processes of industrial strategy and future development. So what we're really excited about, I suppose, as we move forward in this agenda is both continuing to engage in processes which observe precedent and what's going on, and we hope to do that with Phoebe Moore in relation to algorithmic regulation, build capacity of people at different levels, both workers to understand what their rights are, but then also organisations in thinking about what responsible practices are, but then also create an environment for kind of reflexive iteration of the interpretation of some of these higher order principles in practice through a sandbox that we're excited to launch in the new year, and which will bring together different regulators to think about how the application of this kind of infrastructure at the scale of a workplace, what the lessons are and insights for their different regulatory regimes and apparatuses, think about these things in a cross-cutting way.
That's great. Thank you very much, Abby. We'll move on to some questions now. We've got about 10 minutes left, and he was mentioned before, but Adam Leon Smith has a good question here. In many regulated sectors, machinery, manufacturing, medical devices, standards bodies are working hard to provide application-specific soft law for the use of AI, for example, on bias. The HR employment sector and the UK trade unions are notable by their complete absence in the standards ecosystem. Why? Florian, I'm looking at you. I don't know if you want to take it on?
Yeah, maybe, yeah, that's a good point to come back also, in response to what Abby mentioned earlier. I think I did want to emphasize my agreement, of course, with the point that it's absolutely key for all perspectives and all affected stakeholder interests to be represented in the standards development process. And in fact, that's one of the main reasons for having set up the AI Standards Hub. So what we're trying to do as part of the Hub's mission is to make it easier for all stakeholder groups to sort of navigate the landscape and understand what are the particular standards projects that they should engage with in terms of having impact and influencing, shaping the standards that will impact their interests. And we know that going to the question, trade unions, for example, and other civil society organizations for that matter find it particularly challenging often to engage with the space, partly because it's fairly complex, partly because it uses its own language, and then of course partly also due to resourcing constraints and sort of the time that's needed to get involved in the process. And so those are some of the central things we're trying to address. The other thing I wanted to mention is sort of going back to the work that Abby just mentioned. I think a part of our mission is also to make sure that there is a conversation or facilitate conversations between the work that's happening in standards bodies and sort of the wider ecosystem of best practice thinking. And I think the UK ecosystem is a case in point, especially in the employment and recruitment context. There's been so much important work on best practice, including the work that Abby just mentioned, and other work that the Institute for the Future of Work has done to sort of show thought leadership in this space, but also work that CBI has done and the TUC and others. So I think there is sometimes a risk because of the standards development process being its own process, some of that work not necessarily finding its way into those conversations, and it's part of what we're trying to address.
That's great, thank you, Florian. There's a question here from Ben Loxton, which actually touches upon a few things that we've said before about, I think Sana in the first panel said we need to get rid of the idea of AI. But the question is, how common are definitions of AI across different laws? New York 144 can cover anything from using a computer. Is there a risk that definitions are so broad they overwhelm? Sid, would you like to take that on, or anyone else like to take that on?
Absolutely, I'm happy to start and everyone can sort of jump in. Because the global AI governance sort of moment that this is just so novel, there is just so much disagreement, divergence, lack of consensus on how do you actually want to address these risks, and in a way of doing that, how do you want to look at these sort of different machines, so to speak. And there is no one right answer. We believe that kind of and we state that always. Given how early we are in the regulatory context and the regulatory conversation, it will definitely take a combination and amalgamation of different definitions, efforts, sort of combination of different regulatory tools to see what are the most fit for purpose ones, what are those that are hampering innovation, what are those that are jeopardizing safety, etc. So, and the articulation of automated employment decision tools in the New York law is a manifestation of that. There have been several public consultations. We've also participated in some of them where we've kind of, we've recommended kind of, focusing the terminology a bit more, but it remains to be seen as to how it goes. One good precedent that maybe, these emerging regulations can take from is from the EU AI Act. For example, in Annex 3, Part 4A and B, the EU AI Act is very clear on what it's actually looking at in terms of regulation in the employment context. It is looking at everything from job targeting, job ads, the user algorithms in promotion, hiring, as well as filtering candidates, etc. So I think that kind of clarity is what is required, and I think standards will play definitely a huge role in that. Foundational standards, of course. And just 2 more points, if we've got some time. To Abby's point about the New York hiring law, it is, while it's the first of its kind, it's great that all of this is happening. It's still an outcome audit, so we still need to audit the outcome of the process and not the process itself. And people and employers can contravene that process. They can adjust numbers, and that can be in violation of the Civil Rights Act in the U.S. So we also try to call for holistic auditing of these practices by looking not only at the outcome, but also at technical elements, governance, etc. And again, I'll link it back to Florian. Standards such as ISO 42006, 42001, at least for the emerging assurance market, will be very, very useful in kind of providing the boundaries and the contours of what should be, what should not be, and this would really benefit the auditing market as well. Yeah.
Does anyone else want to come in on that? Or one of the questions here from Anna is, can you say more about any regulatory gaps that have already been identified in the context of work? I don't know, Rebecca, is there anything else that we can discuss here?
I mean, nothing specific at this stage. I think one of the challenges we have got is that we are lacking in a domestic context in terms of case law. So a lot of the case law in relation to the use of AI stems from Europe. So there is obviously pre-Brexit, there was relevance in terms of the interpretive effects and the impact of that case law in a UK context. So I think there is certainly learning, and that we can anticipate potential gaps from that. But because of the nature of legal challenge within domestic courts, the fact that it takes a really long time, I think at this point we're a relatively unknown space in terms of what's happening in courts at the moment, and what might happen in terms of newer forms of AI, what's happening around foundational models and the impact that might have. We already know that there is a potential for discriminatory outcomes in certain use cases, and we can anticipate that, and to an extent the legal framework is sufficient, but there may be unforeseen consequences or outcomes that we're not yet privy to, or that we're not yet seeing judgments about, which may indicate that there is a regulatory gap.
That's great. Also, yes, please, Ron.
Add a couple of comments to that. So I think one angle that's useful to take in that context, thinking about gaps, is to think about the contrast between areas that are covered, at least at the principal level, by fairly clear, existing law or regulatory requirements. Discrimination and equality law is one such area where there are very clear principles, and it's a matter primarily of thinking of how they apply to AI use cases. But if you think about sort of the broader range of impacts, and I think some of them mentioned also in the previous panel, there are quite a few that don't neatly fit into any existing legal or regulatory categories. So to think about sort of the impact on autonomy, perceived autonomy of workers, intensification of work, the psychological impacts of that, or perceived impacts on dignity. So I think there's a whole range of societal and ethically relevant impacts that don't necessarily fall into those existing categories. Of course, the existing categories are key. So discrimination is perhaps the most salient issue. Privacy issues are particularly salient, but there is a whole range of other issues that I think need to be thought of in identifying potential gaps.
And I think as well, just to pick up on that point too, is that there is, you know, potentially a complex interplay in terms of the equality framework and the data protection and the privacy framework, and that obviously necessitates close interaction, collaboration between EHRC and the Information Commissioner's Office. And we have a memorandum of understanding between the two organisations to facilitate that sort of collaboration, because actually I think it's you know, there are going to be a number of important tests coming up as we progress in this space to ensure that there is a more sort of coherent and comprehensive regulatory framework, because you know what the challenge I think is to users of AI, employers, organisations, is the fact that they're going to have multiple legal frameworks with which they need to comply, and how do they do that in the most effective and efficient way. I'm also mindful of the fact that if you look at the powers of the Information Commissioner's Office, they can issue fines. The EHRC can't do that. So that there is a financial incentive in some ways for an organisation to comply with data protection requirements, but less so in terms of its discrimination, the potential for discrimination. And as I said, that's then compounded by the dual enforcement approach that the Equality Act is subject to. So very much the importance of collaboration to address regulatory gaps, I think, is something we're going to look at in greater detail.
That's great, thank you very much. It all comes back to the analogy that was alluded to in the first panel. Wilson said it, the blind man and the elephant. I love that, and so much of this is about talking to one another and collaboration. We're almost out of time now. I wonder, given the title of the session, Open AI, Regulation for Common Good, if there's final comment from all the panelists, any sort of hopes, practical hopes? I don't know, Abby?
Well, I suppose it's great to be having this conversation today and building on the work that we've been doing for a couple of years. It's definitely the case, I think you're right, that there need to be more of those kind of joined up conversations, and I look forward to working with those here and others in the room on our role at the Institute in shaping that going forward.
Yeah, I think maybe to echo that, the kind of conversations that we're having today, I think to emphasize the need to think about the full range of governance tools and mechanisms, starting with regulation on one side, and guidelines and tools on the other end, and a call to action to join us in terms of what we're trying to do with the AI startups if you haven't engaged with us before.
And I mean, to echo as well what panelists have said in terms of continuing to work together to explore good practice and how to improve standards and compliance. I think the other point that I just wanted to make as well is the fact that, the use of AI in the employment context does have the power to innovate and to create more inclusive and greater opportunities for people with protected characteristics, or those who traditionally have been face challenges accessing or remaining in the labour market. And I'm really keen to look at how we create a narrative that establishes good governance, good regulation, but actually recognises the transformative and not just disruptive effects of AI in the workplace, so that we can get that greater good.
That narrative, that storytelling is important actually as well, isn't it? Sid, final thought, please.
The perils of being the last person on the panel. I think everyone's covered all points, but I'd just say that I think we're at a place in terms of governance where there are different spheres of governance. There's standards, there's assurance, we do that. There's regulation, there's legislation, there's kind of guidance, and of course the wonderful work that the EHRC does. I think there is a definite need for more conversation and collaboration between all of these, making sure that different languages are not being spoken across, and there are interplays that are happening. All with a view not to only safeguard the rights of workers, but also to make sure that those who want to innovate in this space are able to do so in a safe manner.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Thank you very much to Sid and all of my panelists. And now we have an opportunity to collaborate because there's a networking break. I'm not sure when things are starting again, Kester, but...
Yeah, just to ease flows, actually, we will have the network break shortly, but I just wanted to give an opportunity to the co-chair of our all-party parliamentary group on the future of work, Matt Warman MP, to talk about one of the ways that we are going to be helping that conversation continue in terms of collaboration and joining us on that. So just a very quick welcome to Matt, and then we will have a coffee break. Then in here, after that coffee break at 12, there's going to be a focus on the UK creative industries, absolute powerhouse of the UK economy and under specific threat from AI and generative AI. And then in the other room, which won't be streamed, a focus on healthcare.
No, thank you, Hester. I'm in the dangerous position of standing in between you and coffee, so I will be brief. My name is Matt Warren. I'm the Member of Parliament for Boston Skegness. I was briefly, well, a couple of years, the AI Minister, and I'm now co-chairing the All-Party Parliamentary Group on the Future of Work, which follows up a review that I did looking at the future of work, but aside from looking at skills, place, workers' rights, it focused intently on AI. And the purpose of the All-Party Group is to try and find both some consensus across parties and to continue the work looking at how will AI change the future of the way we work, where we work, how we work, and specifically to look at the sectors of the economy and the places in the country that will be most affected so that we can try and get ahead of some of that curve. So it is a real attempt not just to acknowledge the importance of the Safety Summit that obviously is foundational to all of this, but to say, okay, we talk a lot about this in theory, what happens in practice? So trying to get ahead of what AI will do to a huge chunk of the country and of course to constituencies up and down the country, such as those that I represent that already have very little to do with AI, but will have a lot to do with it in the future. So my job is simply to say, please do take a look at the All-Party Parliamentary Group. Please do talk to Anna and Kester, who you've just heard from. They at the Institute for the Future of Work provide the secretariat for the group, doing some really interesting work, both at the Institute and in Parliament as well. So as I say, I am just an advert. Please do take a look at that APPG. There are lots of APPGs out there. Some of them are rubbish, but this one. So please do talk to Anna and enjoy the coffee. Thank you very much.
You can find access to tickets on that via programs and codes and screens around. So fantastic. Please do go and grab coffee, etc. And then back here.
everybody. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. This panel is, well, what is the title of it? We are talking today about the impacts of generative AI on the creative industries. So, as you may very well know, the UK creative sector is a powerhouse of the UK economy. I mean, one only has to look around London to see the creative industry taking flight everywhere throughout the city. Thousands of people in the UK identify as creative workers, including artists, performers, technicians, and craftspeople in domains as diverse as film and theater, computer game development, textile arts, graphic artists, and of course, writers of every kind. But there are issues that are beginning to emerge for creative workers in our turn to generative AI, as recent strikes in Hollywood show, first by Hollywood writers and now by Hollywood actors, who are working in domains that were thought to be safe from AI, but now they're feeling new pressures and uncertainties. So in our panel today, we will hear from leading figures in the UK creative sector, including some who are experiencing AI impacts within it. I'll begin with some introductions, beginning with myself. Hello, my name is Mike Cattell, Dr. Mike Cattell. I'm from the Alan Turing Institute, where I'm a research fellow in ethics and responsible innovation. We conduct a variety of projects. Primarily, we advise the UK government and international governments and multilateral institutions on a range of AI policy questions. I'm joined today by 4 amazing panelists. We've had some amazing conversations before the panel, and hopefully these will be expressed during our panel today. So beginning with Laurence Bouvard. Laurence is a Lambda-trained professional actress and voiceover artist whose career spans West End theater, TV, film, cartoons, games, and audiobooks, and currently serves as chair of the Screen and New Media Industrial Committee of Equity, the Entertainment Union. With a BA in Linguistics from Harvard University and an MSc in Computer Science from the University of London, Laurence has a unique insight into the issues that AI poses to performers in particular. And you'll see that I'm going out of order, which is bad form, very bad form. So I'm going to correct that and start now. This is Lyndon. Lyndon Walcott-Burton is a Culture Policy Officer for the Mayor of London for the Greater London Authority's Culture and Creative Industries Strategy Team, where he is the lead official for the policy area of artificial intelligence in the creative industries. He's currently conducting research to explore the impacts, opportunities, and risks of AI across 7 creative sectors: music, performing arts, visual arts, video games, film, fashion, and museums, as well as the impact of chatbot technologies. Next to Laurence, we have Shobhana Iyer. Shobhana is a practicing barrister with over 20 years of broad commercial and corporate experience. She specializes in complex cases frequently involving issues in corporate, intellectual property, and technology, including AI and blockchain. She has experience in a variety of industry sectors, including renewable energy and climate-related disputes, financial, retail, sports, creative arts, and technology, media, and telecommunications. And finally, down at the end, we have Naomi Poole. Naomi Poole is General Secretary of the Musicians Union, a community of over 33,000 musicians working to protect rights and campaign for a fair music industry. Naomi studied English and drama at Royal Holloway University of London and has previously worked as Assistant General Secretary to the Writers Guild of Great Britain. So thank you, panelists, for joining us today. I really appreciate you taking the time to address this interesting and pressing topic. I'm going to direct my first question to you, Naomi. You represent tens of thousands of musicians working in the UK. As we know, I think as all of us know, there were already pressures and struggles facing the UK creative sector before the advent of generative AI. Could you say a little bit about what issues are most pressing and most important that you're hearing from your membership, and how those issues are being brought to light or illuminated by the turn to generative AI?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think our members, because they work across lots of different areas of music, most of our members have a portfolio career, so they might do a bit of music teaching, they might be session musicians, they might perform live. And, you know, I think the impact of AI could potentially be felt across all of those different areas of work. I think there's a lot of our members who see it still as something that's in the distance and that's not impacting their work on a day-to-day basis now. I think there's other creators who are already beginning to embrace the technologies in a sort of assistive way. And it's funny because there was a survey recently of composers which showed that some of them are using it in music, but actually more of them are using it to create album artwork, for example. So potentially taking away jobs from other creators, which is an interesting ethical dilemma in itself. But I think one of the key issues for our members is the ingestion of music by AI systems in order to develop new music that will potentially be competing with our members' works. And we would like to see individual creators have consent or the right not to consent to their works being ingested. And the fear is that the technology is already running away with itself and that catalogues of works have already been ingested. And the position at the moment from companies like Microsoft is that there's no copyright infringement if works are ingested and then used to create new works. So, I mean, it could pose an existential threat to a lot of our members' livelihoods, and that's the fear. So we're very active in trying to influence policy making at the moment, and very keen that record labels and music publishers recognise that, as well as their consent having to be sought because they own the copyright in a lot of our members' works, we also want the individual creators to have a say, because it might be that a lot of our members actually wouldn't want their works to be ingested. And if they are, how do you prove that they have been, and how do you trace back a new work to the works that might have influenced it? So it's a very complicated area, and something that some of our members, I would say, probably haven't even begun to get their heads around yet.
Right, yeah, thank you for that. It certainly is a complicated area. And actually, I think I'd like to direct my next question then to Shobana. I'm working on the legal side of this question. Intellectual property is obviously one of the domains that you work in. What are you seeing as some pressing issues that are coming to the fore now with generative AI? And also, of course, if you can link those to ongoing issues as well, that would be helpful.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of issues with regard to generative AI that have come up, I mean, including from data protection issues to imitation, improper. Now? Thank you. Right, so there are all different kind of issues, but in terms of the intellectual property infringement and attribution side, I think one of the major areas of real concern is, of course, the real essence of human, one of the main areas of creativity. What is creativity? And how do we actually assess it in such a way that it's protected in terms, particularly, so let's take one of the intellectual property rights that are well known and that's been going through a lot of litigation at the moment, which is copyright. To have a copyright and to take infringement action, your copyright work has to be original. That's one of the requirements. And originality usually means that there's some kind of skill and labour that's been put into it, and a form of human creativity that's been attributed to it. And of course, protected works are there for literary and artistic and music and dramatic works are protected under the Copyright and Design Patents Act. But there is also in UK law a particular protection for computer-generated work. And when we're talking about computer-generated work, we're talking about work that is only in the case of the full creation, as they call it under Section 9.3, is in the case of literary, dramatic, music or artistic work which are computer generated, the author shall be taken as the person by whom the arrangements necessary for the creation of the work are undertaken. So you can have computer related works. Obviously, it's not protected to the length of time as a normal human-created work. And this is where I really think about, well, is the generative AI being used as a tool? Whereas when you're using it as a tool and you are actually then putting a skill and labor into it to make it more unique to the essence of human creativity, then obviously you are the author of it because you have created it. But when it's solely a computer-generated product, there's a big question about authorship, and you can just imagine what the kind of chaos could be about that, about who owns those rights, what is it, and those kind of areas. Most of the other civil jurisdictions and EU, etc., expect that kind of originality to be there. And I think that's an area which is actually going through. You can see that that's where it's being, from Getty Images to the actions in California with regard to writers having their scripts and taken, and the actions being taken about copyright issues there. So I think copyright is an area which is going to be going through another area of consultation, I'm sure, by the IPO in future, because the IPO have done a full consultation recently, but I think it's, as we know, it's early days as well, the generative AI. Although it's been around since, I think, 2018, when Edmund, I think it was Edmund Bellamy's portrait was actually, which was created totally by a generative AI, was sold at Christie's for, I think, around $432,000. That was in 2018, before the spell of now with the wave that's come in 2022, and now with generative AI being more of an open, innovative model that's being allowed. So there's going to be big questions about originality and authorship as well, about who is the actual author. And I think that's going to cause a lot of conundrums, which actually, I'd say English law can adapt to it and sort that out to a certain degree, because English common law, we can adapt pragmatically to those actions. So we shall see where the courts take us on that.
Right. We'll see how that ends up. Yeah. So the legal question sounds like it's going to be have to be adaptable, right, over time. So we're going to have to identify new models as the technology changes, and chances are that there'll be a new legal paradigm that takes hold that will satisfy some and not others, and then there'll be another wave of technology that perhaps upsets it once again. Laurence, you have a different perspective, or not even a different perspective, but perspective from the side of performance, which has somewhat distinct issues facing it in the generative AI turn. Would you like to, could you speak a little bit to that, about how for performers, say actors and actors in particular, film actors, may be uniquely affected by generative AI?
Yes, absolutely. Well, first I'm going to turn my mic on. There, can you hear me better? There are many issues around this. One of the burning issues to begin with is the fact that, and I've said this to people before, is that if you are a musician, or you are a writer, or you are a painter, or you make textiles, and your work is ingested by AI and used, it's awful. But you can create other things. If my voice and my image and my performance are taken, that's it. I'm done. There's nowhere else I can go. So that's one of the reasons, and that obviously holds for dancers, ballet dancers, and other sorts of physical performance. So that's one thing. Something I would like to bring up too is about the way generative AI is built. Now, machines don't come up with this stuff on their own. There are training sets. We are the training sets. So a couple years ago, we started getting these casting notices through. And people are going, these are very weird castings I'm being asked to send in. I'm being asked to read lists of words. I'm being asked to do sentences and things. This is very strange. It turns out that what was happening was that these weren't real castings. These companies were trawling actors, and they wanted actors specifically because of the way we pronounce things and perform things and all that. They were taking the castings and using them as training data. And nobody was paid. Nobody was told. And then they're like, okay, we're going to pay you £50. How's that? £50 to use my voice in perpetuity, and I have no control over which world dictator's voice mouth that goes into, or which porno film that's put into. That's not right either. So one of the issues we really have is about consent and control. And that's the strike in the US, which my union is watching very closely. That is one of the issues. It's about the fact that for years, and AI did not invent this, but for years actors have been forced to sign over moral rights. And initially, back in the day when we had pens and papers and cassette tape, the idea was we should have the right to, you film this film, we should, as the company, have the right to spread it around the world. Fine. But over time, those moral rights have been taken and taken and taken, which is why when an actress called Beverly Standing a few years ago had done some recordings for English language tapes in China, discovered that she was the voice of TikTok and she could not get paid. Now, she ended up taking them to court and they settled out of court. But they were saying, but we own your rights. You signed over the rights. We have your voice. We can do anything with it. And this kind of story is happening over and over and over. So it's difficult because the attitude I often get is, you're a whiny creative. Get with the tech. It's going to come. You know, your job is easy. Why don't you get a real job? Be a lawyer. Yeah, I know. But it is actually a real issue. You know, as Mike said, the arts in this country are booming, which is why I, and you can tell from my accent, came here. I chose to come here because the arts in the UK are amazing. The training is second to none. But you risk losing it because the sector is being hollowed out. It was being hollowed out by lots of things, including pandemic and cost of living. But now all of those little day-to-day jobs that we do between the big jobs, you know, I was the voice of a cartoon for Cartoon Network for 2 years. I was the title role, fabulous. In between, I record dictionaries, or I do English language tapes in order to pay the rent. And some people are going, those jobs don't take any skill. Let an AI do them. And suddenly, that line of work, that younger people, people from different backgrounds, people trying to get away into the industry who didn't go to Eton or didn't go to Cambridge and wasn't in the footlights, all of these people trying to come in from non-traditional ways, they're blocked from that kind of work. So it's very hard to build a career. But even people at the top of their game, there's a problem. So I do a lot of video games. Some of you may know me as Joanna Dark in Perfect Dark Zero. There are a few people go, and a few people go, what? And here's the issue. We're being told, if you don't accept this fee, low fee, we're just going to take everything that you recorded for game one, and we're going to put it in the DLCs, in the downloadable content. And oh, by the way, we wanted to do a versions 2, 3, 4, and 5. We don't need to. We'll just take everything you did for the first thing and recreate it for those. So this is a real burning issue for my industry because we have signed over those moral rights. In theory, they can do anything they want with them.
So this is interesting, and these are issues that are, for those of you who are familiar with the issues that are being argued about in Hollywood currently, these are very similar issues, right? The question of what happens once you have given over a certain amount of rights, or you've already participated in some sort of performance, and how that performance could then be perpetuated without any compensation. And I can, okay, so before I move on to the next question, which I have one for Lyndon, I just want to remind the audience that we have Slido, which we're using for taking questions and insights. The QR code is right here on the wall, and I'll be checking the Slido in just a moment and looking at audience questions. So, so Lyndon, turning to you, in your work, working with the mayor's office, you're focused in particular on the impact of AI on the creative industries, thinking from the perspective of a major city like London. And you mentioned to me earlier that you're actually also in conversation with your counterparts in other cities around the world who are really just starting to get a handle on the set of risks and opportunities that AI presents. Now, mostly what we've been hearing about are risks, and I'm sure that you can name a few as well. I'm wondering if you can also talk a little bit about some of what you are discovering and what you are hearing from your colleagues about this mix of risk and opportunities to the creative sector from AI.
Yeah, sure. So to give a bit of background on this and what we've done with the Mayor's Office. So at the start of the year, Justine Simons, who's the Deputy Mayor for Culture in London, she set me off on a task to figure out what the impact of AI would be on the creative industries. So then I spent about 3 months reading every report that existed, speaking to stakeholders, searching the internet, then came up with this huge kind of presentation / resource pack, which captures the opportunities and the risks of 7 sectors, like Mike said. What I've been doing since then is going around to the industry and explaining the opportunities and the risks so that people know and understand this. And I feel like I've honestly been everywhere so far with this thing. I was in Brazil last week for a global conference with world city leaders. I was in Finland a couple of weeks ago. I've done it for major institutions in the UK. Because our thinking is that at the moment, people don't really have any idea about what's going on at all. And there's a huge amount of fear and anxiety around this because of that lack of knowledge. And how can you do anything about this if you don't know anything? For reference as well, there are 2 online ones I'm doing too. One is tomorrow from 2:30 till 3:30 online as part of the AI Fringe. So it's on the website there. And then there's also another one in December as well, on December the 4th from 2:30 till 3:30, if you want to get in on some of that information. But yeah, essentially what I'm finding is that, like I say, nobody has any idea at all about this. And that's globally as well. When I was at this conference last week, and this is from, you know, the mayor of Vancouver was there, we had reps from Australia, Dubai, Brazil, all over the world. No one really has any understanding. So what we're trying to do is to get this information out there, but then secondly, after that, because the Mayor's Office is really good at convening different people, different stakeholders, what we want to do next is to get the Arts Council on board, get the British Council on board, get those global cities and leaders on board to really come together to think, what do we need to do as a creative sector to support and to get the most in terms of the benefits of this technology, but also to minimize some of the risks of it.
Yeah, fantastic. Actually, it's interesting you mentioned the issue of information, like the lack of information that people have. And I think that probably everyone on this panel can agree that in the communities that you are part of and the stakeholders that you work with, overcoming the question of understanding the technology and understanding the stakes is a major issue. Shobana, if I could actually direct a question to you, because you mentioned something when we were chatting yesterday about the issue of transparency. Right, and this is probably from like a legal standpoint, meaning what is revealed when you are striking a deal, say, with a buyer of some sort of creative work, and how much is revealed. Could you say a little bit more about what you were thinking about the issue of transparency?
Well, I think as we heard, previous.
Yep. But
we've got this back on. As we heard in previous panels as well, I think there is this issue about transparency and accountability, and I think that's one thing that's going to be having to be looked forward in much more serious way ahead. And I do feel that with technology, we'll be able to have that much more clearer in terms of what's recorded, what are the terms that you are entering into, what are those attribution rights, because when you went into these kind of contracts several years ago, you probably never envisaged like the kind of uses, what are being done, or you weren't informed. We've seen how the transformation in the data protection laws have come with GDPR and the issue about informed consent or legitimate expectation of legitimate use of those data. And I think similar situation is going to come into the terms of how AI is going to be deployed and implemented as well. And if it's going to be implemented, how are those royalties? The problem we have is, of course, most of the, and this is a real conundrum with the generative AI, is about, and you'll know better than anyone else, I think, Mike, with the Alan Turing Centre, that it's very hard because these are like black box models. You don't know where all the information has come out. You can't get that transparency. But there are obviously cofactors that can be taken into effect. But if there can be much more clarity on what the terms of those licenses are, and limitations on the use, and of course fair use. I think that's going to be another area where litigation is going to be having to go to clear out, if it's not going to be settled by alternative dispute resolution, about what is proper fair use of your data. Because that was a clear defence on most other cases, and it's still being applied, and
Yeah.
I think that's going to be really tested.
Right, right, and setting the bounds of fair use could really spell the difference for a lot of your clients, I imagine. Yeah, Naomi, back to you about this, the question about transparency. I imagine that many of your members work freelance, right? So they don't have a direct employer-employee relationship in which they can be routinely asking questions of their employer. What tools are you going to use? How are you going to use my work? And so on. And so they're potentially entering into agreements somewhat blind as to what the terms will be, but also what else has happened before they entered into the agreement in the business of the buyer that they're working with, and what might happen with the material that they contract over. Is there something you can say a little bit about that particular conundrum, that sort of information asymmetry?
Yeah, I think one of the issues is all the contracts that have already been signed to date, that as we've discussed, there's a lot of catch-all clauses in there about any technology to be invented in the future throughout the universe in perpetuity, et cetera, and now we're kind of seeing the impact of that. We actually had it with music streaming, that a lot of our members, it wasn't envisaged when they recorded a piece of music that it could be streamed around the world and that they would get no income from that, pretty much. And so, but because of the catch-all clauses in contracts, it's very difficult to argue that those rights aren't there and, they've been assigned. So then you're always trying to claw back or argue that copyright law needs to change in order to make sure that creators are fairly remunerated. But I think what's really interesting about the Writers Guild of America deal is that it's a sort of collectively bargained solution. So what's great and gives me a bit of hope is that it doesn't deal with the issue of is there copyright in an AI generated work and what do you do about ingested works, but it does have broadcasters and producers agreeing principles around how they will use AI generated work and how they will use human creators, and the fact that they talk about they won't use source material that is AI generated, or if they do, it will be transparent and it will be clear to the writer that the source material is AI generated. I mean, how you police that is perhaps another matter, but it's great to see that broadcasters and producers might, in a negotiation with unions, actually agree to some basic principles. So I think that's something we're going to try and take forward in the UK, but it doesn't stop the bigger issues around enforcing copyright and whether there's copyright infringement. So it sort of has the whole horse already bolted, but at least it might help to limit some of the use of AI generated work and preserve some of the work that our members have in creating music and writing music for TV shows, for example, writing library music, performing, production music, all those roles that might go potentially.
Yeah. And it's. I mean, it is. I guess it is promising that some of the major, buyers of creative labor are potentially on the hook. I mean, they're too visible in a way to entirely escape. But then there are all the smaller transactions, right? There are all the much smaller companies who are hiring a freelancer here and a freelancer there. So we've definitely covered a variety of risks and questions that are being raised in the creative industry. But I do want to take a look at, we have one question that's come across the Slido, which sort of turns this question around a little bit. And the question comes from Jake. How can technology like AI empower creatives and creativity? In what ways can AI improve the work of creatives and help more people bring their ideas to life? Now, Lyndon, I know that you cited an example in our conversation yesterday, but I wonder if you'd like to respond to that question.
Yeah, so as an example, I've got a friend, many friends who are actors, but one in particular who's a filmmaker, makes films on a monthly basis, and he was pitching a film to some film producers, and he needed to make, what was it called again?
Storyboard.
Yeah, he needed to make a storyboard for his film. And usually these things take a lot of time, take weeks to make. He made it within a day, because he was able to use, you know, the large language models like ChatGPT to help craft what he was doing. He was able to get high quality images using the image generators. It just massively helped out with his whole process. And there are so many tools that people can access when it comes to filmmaking or anything creative that can actually enhance your creative works. So in a sense, AI can really empower people and democratize, you know, filmmaking, artwork, all of these kind of things, music generation, in a way that couldn't be done before. So there are huge opportunities. And also I mentioned in our conversations yesterday, there is a challenge here in terms of when we talk about opportunities, an opportunity to who? You know, because an opportunity to one person might be a risk for another. To take another example, text-to-speech technology is really getting quite good now. And somewhere like Apple, for example, are really testing automatically generated audiobooks. So essentially, in theory, they could just upload an audiobook and have an AI read it out in whatever voice you want. And there you go. Now, from an audiobook creating perspective, that's great, because that gives you so much more opportunities. You can have it done in many voices. It's so much quicker and cheaper. But from a performance person's perspective, that is horrible. That is not good at all. And that is such a threat to people's work. And there was a survey by Equity recently, which found that 93% of audio artists are concerned about AI technology. And what we're seeing with that is that when it comes to things like radio adverts or YouTube adverts, which are, you know, key parts of like a voice artist's repertoire, that's going to AI. So again, huge opportunity on the one hand, but huge risk on the other. So there were two sides to all of these things.
Laurence, you actually mentioned something about, in particular, we're talking about the problems facing, or the risks that translators face, or that maybe that we all face from assigning translation duties to AI. Could you say a bit more about that?
Yeah, I should mention that's another one of the hats I wear. So, interestingly enough, translators are sort of the canary in the coal mine with all of this, because back during the Cold War, Russia and America didn't like each other very much. And there was suddenly a great need, for some reason, to translate lots and lots of material. And so the governments went, oh, we know, we'll get a machine to do it. It was thought a great idea, and they threw lots of money in it. And by the early 60s, they realized it was a terrible mistake, that it wasn't going to work. So all the funding was rescinded, and then what happened was money went into tools that would assist the human translator. And so you have these things called translation memories, where basically the translator will build these memories and make their own translation units. So an apple is a poem, and you put that in, and then you can go on. And they do have their use. And I think a lot of the AI things will have a use in that way. But here's the issue with that, and I think it's the same issue with these tools that let you draw or add a voice. The machine constrains. The machine has its own constraints, which means you then have to work within its parameters. So both when I've used a translation memory tool and when I've used one of these AI things, you find yourself constrained to choices that the programmer has made. Now, as a programmer, this is great fun, but as an end user, it's a problem. And there's something I want to show you. So there is a website, and I won't say it because I don't want to advertise it. But it's called, they say, there's a voice for every need, creative, corporate, or entertainment. The product developer, the educator, the marketer, the author, as if there's only one kind. So if you are doing a pitch and you're like, I need a podcaster voice. Oh, they've got one. I'll just take this one. You're then taking the one that they decided. But what if you want somebody who's originally from St. Lucia and has spent time in the States and has a parent from Switzerland and did a gap year in Germany? What's that accent going to sound like? Is that going to be on here? No. Because the other thing, and this is going to be putting my computer science hat on again, the way AI works is statistics. There's no intelligence, it's statistics. And anybody of you who's done GCSE statistics knows that what it does is it gets rid of the outliers. AI succeeds when it gives you a stereotype, a norm. That is amazing when you are looking for cancer cells. And that is disastrous when it comes to the arts. Because we want those outliers, we want those weird voices, we want the people like my kid who grew up in this country and was educated here and sounds as American as I do because her best friend was from New York, but she's British. Or the person who doesn't have any hands but is an artist. And this is my big beef about our running pell-mell to AI. It's a great tool. But it's not perfect, and it's nothing more than a tool. Our humanity should be reflected in the creativity. And the stories, particularly right now, we want all sorts of different stories and weird things that we haven't come up with. And all the AI is doing is taking what's already out there and giving you the most likely thing that's going to come after. That's it.
So this is an interesting point. I think that we have seen in the past, and this is not the first time, where we've seen how technology introduced into the creative world has a shaping effect on what gets created. And actually, I don't know, Naomi, this may be something that you can speak to about how technology, and particularly generative AI, may be altering the way musicians make music, or the kinds of music that they make. And actually, Shobhan, I'm going to ask you this question as well, because I imagine you might be seeing some of this in your work.
Yeah, I think, well, so I went to a music-focused AI event recently, and there was a demonstration of a singer, a work that she'd written, and she's quite a folky singer. And what they did with the AI system is basically allow her to experiment with it in completely different styles that are not her own. And it's something that she probably would not have done in a studio with session musicians. Or if she had, it would have taken weeks and weeks to do, because you'd need a different crowd of characters potentially for different genres of music. So it was sort of, as part of the creative process, it was enabling her to experiment with things that she wouldn't have otherwise experimented with. So I think, it's clear that there is an opportunity there for AI to help with the creative process. But obviously, we still have, as a union, the concern about the job replacement. I think, so I think that there's definite potential with the assistive side of things, and I think it could make music created in different ways. I'm very concerned about the personality rights issue as well, and the idea that, Grimes, the artist, has developed a system so that people can create music using her voice, and will kind of license her likeness, but she wants to get 50% of the proceeds. But the question is, does she have a right to actually have 50% of the proceeds? Again, has that horse already bolted once you've put the software out there and you're enabling people to use it? But I feel like at the moment we're seeing a lot of gimmicks, because there's a lot of, do you want to hear this track but recorded, in the style of Oasis or whatever? So, and people kind of like it because it's a bit strange and it's a bit different, and you can hear things that you would never normally hear. But whether those things will ever become actually popular and commercially successful is another matter. So I don't know, I feel like we're still quite early on in this journey really, and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. The important thing is for us to have a good framework. So I think we've got to have a framework that maintains the certain boundaries that we have in place through existing copyright law, potentially builds on those, but also ensures that there is fair remuneration. Otherwise we're just going to see creative jobs totally decimated.
Yeah, absolutely. Shobhan, I'm going to pause for asking this next question, but we have one from the audience that I thought was interesting that I want to actually direct to Lyndon first, which is what would be your thoughts on how career leaders and creative arts teachers in schools should guide and prepare students for these developments? So this would be like, so I mean, I don't imagine, I imagine this might come up in your work, but maybe you all have a perspective on this, but I'm just going to start with you.
I think it's hard. It is. I wish if I had the answer to that, I'd be earning so much money right now. It is something that we're having to think about in the mayor's office, but it is difficult, obviously. I think there are two sides to this. One is that some software is going to embed AI systems within them anyway. So in a sense, for some of these things, it's about learning the tools that you're using anyway, and just learning the AI systems within them. Because, for example, Adobe are coming out with some technology, or maybe they just have, where with their image editors, you can change the color of people's clothing, you can remove people in the background, you can adjust things around, and that's AI systems. Google Pixels do that as well. But again, that's already embedded in the software. So in that sense, for some areas, it's just about learning the software and learning those tools within them. Otherwise, in terms of prep, I think to be honest, it's for people to really play about with these things themselves to a certain degree. There'll be things that institutions and organizations can do, but certainly with this tech, I mean, things change every week. The presentation that I have gets updated on a weekly basis because of these things. So I think if you're a university and you set up like an AI course, for example, this one after 2 months, your course is going to be outdated, you know? So it's going to be difficult for those things to keep up, but yeah, those are my thoughts on that incredibly difficult question.
Well, I mean, I think you did very well.
Thank you. Thank you.
You did very well on that one. Well, we're about out of time, but I thought there was a question. If I could get everybody very briefly to say, from your perspective, where you're at regarding whatever creative domain you think you could speak to most specifically, or even just the legal domain. Where are we going to be in 5 years? Or even 3 years? You can pick any near future you like, actually, any near future interval. Laurence, why don't we start with you?
Wow. I don't even know where I'm going to be in 3 to 5 years. So I don't see it as entirely bleak. I think one of the things Naomi said is very interesting is that right now it's the shiny new toy. You know, do you remember when microwaves were going to cook all of our meals? Yeah, that worked out really well. I think there's going to be some settling down, some shaking down. Honestly, I haven't spoken to anybody who said to me, I'd really rather have an AI write my music, write all my books, act in my movies. So there's definitely a need for people to have that human connection. After all, it's what we missed during the pandemic. I think my concern is really about bad actors. And I don't mean actors within my industry. I mean the people on that, sorry, that was a very terrible pun. And it was just because of something somebody said to me at a different conference, is that I'm concerned about the dictator who uses TrueSync, which is this amazing software where you can like move the lips and somebody can dub something in Japanese or a different language, that they're going to use that in a bad way. That's my greater concern. Within the own industry, there's going to be bumps and falls. People are going to be more aware, so that's going to be good. And I think people will be educated and we will find our way. But what I'm concerned about is the stuff that is aimed at my industry is going to be taken and used on a global scale. And that's what scares me.
Shobhana, what about you? What's coming down the pike? What's next?
Well, I think we're going to be going through a a full roller coaster ride, I think, over the next 5 years, probably on the legal side of things with artificial intelligence. And I think, as Naomi and Laurence has mentioned, I think there's this big issue about anthropomorphism, about making these, the idea that these are like human-like, with a human way of thinking, that it can actually do things in such a way that it can actually create something that's totally new, because it is pulling off from what's the past. And it really depends on what that creativity is and how it's being used and how it's being vetted. Because we can see even in the creative side of things, and I tell you, lawyers have been using generative AI recently, as we know, and I'll just take this as an example, because you can see how that these hallucinations can actually be very serious as well. So you probably heard about the New York lawyers' stories where they've actually used ChatGPT to create or ask to do its research, to provide 6 cases for this particular, provide some cases for this particular, for my particular claimant. It came up beautifully with 6 beautiful cases. And they were real cases, they're reported, and the lawyers were silly enough to ask ChatGPT, are these real cases? And of course, ChatGPT went and said, yes, these are absolutely real, proper cases. You can find them on all legal databases, etc. And the lawyers, without checking anything up, etc., thinking about efficiency, thought and used these in their skeleton arguments, etc., according to what ChatGPT had said, without verifying the data or anything else or checking up the cases at all. They've got into sanctions, but I think more than that, I think the problem is they're being humiliated around the globe and the legal industry for this, because these cases were actually completely, I wouldn't say that they weren't false, they were actually real cases, but they didn't actually in line with what they were submitted for. So it can create a completely different story, and as Laurence was saying, it is a statistical basis of what comes up after the word and what your prompts are. So there could be an issue about reskilling, but also about, because you will have to vet these, whether you're passing off, if you've got a unique voice, a unique actor's voice, etc., they will be passing off claims, etc. But of course, how do you get that fair remuneration if you're just a startup with some, when you're a new artist that's coming into the field? And there is also this issue, I would say, about what we say about closing the walls in which a creative can actually create something new. I mean, as a hobby, I also am a musician. With Indian Hindustani music on sitar, we have ragas, etc., which are traditional ragas, and they're kept. But the compositions that you can make on that are infinite. And how are you going to be curtailing that? How are you going to be using AI to maybe say, all right, we don't need these instrumentalists anymore? But you don't really think about the well-being and the attraction that that can create for the younger generation and everything else. I mean, I do it not because I'm playing for music on stage, but principally for my own well-being. And there's things like this. Why would somebody at school would want to teach them something on music and get into the arts if they didn't see a kind of valid remuneration for that and a way forward?
Could be a real change in a real change in the path of our cultures. Yeah,
absolutely.
It could be. Naomi, what about you? What's coming? What do you see coming next?
Well, I think what I would hope is in 3 to 5 years, but hopefully as soon as possible, we'll have a decent policy and legal framework in place and the principles agreed, so that, you know, where it is assistive to creativity, fantastic, let's go for it, but let's make sure that humans can still have a career that sustains them throughout their lives, so that we don't see an exodus from the industries that we love. I think there's inevitably going to be some roles that go, but yeah, there's certainly positive elements to it as well. So I believe that people are passionate about the human creator, and I think that the live performance, like the experience of going to a live performance, I think that you can't replicate that with something that's generated by a computer. So that's my hope.
I think all of the theaters in London would support that proposition. Yeah, right. They're still going. And then finally, Lyndon, what about you?
Yeah, so I think AI is going to be a huge disruptor for the whole of the creative industries, and I always find this interesting because we usually talk about the performers and the front of these things, but not the back. Things like marketing, admin, office work, legal, these recruitment as well, these are all areas which are going to be impacted by AI too, and I don't think we talk about them enough. And I think they're going to have huge wake-up calls as well, and I hope they do, to actually have a think about the impact of all of these things. And I think what could happen is for there to be a kind of divide between those who know how to use AI for the benefit of their creation or their works and those who don't. There was a report by Goldman Sachs earlier this year on this, on the impact of AI across all the sectors, and it found that about 30% couldn't be replaced in our industry. About 5%-ish could be fully replaced by AI, and then the rest, about 70%, would be complemented by AI. So actually, there's not that much as a whole that we're expecting to go, but there's a large chunk which could be complemented by it. Because of that, and especially now with young people as well, we're seeing a lot of them starting to use ChatGPT, experiment with those things. So those who know how to use these systems will have a huge advantage over those who don't. And I hope that those who don't do start to embrace it so they don't get left behind.
Great. Well, we'll leave it with that hopeful note, and that encouraging note. So tell your friends, tell your children, get on top of this, to stay on top of this, but also let's hope that that the future of creativity and the desire for the human place in the creative world continues to be as strong as it is now, even in the face of these interesting new pressures and threats. Well, with that, we'll wrap it up. Please join me in thanking our panelists today. It's been a pleasure to be with you.
session which focuses on a human-centered approach and listening to communities when it comes to AI. Beautiful view out there, by the way, but don't be distracted by it in the way that I've been. So, my name is Nima Patel. I have several roles. I'm head of deliberative engagement at Ipsos, and I also lead some thinking for the ESRC Digital Big Network. And it's a really important time to be thinking about the role of communities in shaping the future of AI policy for several reasons. Most important is that when we're thinking about who AI ultimately serves, it is communities, it's people, and it's really important not to lose sight of that. And I mean, at Ipsos, we just published a report, very brief plug, where we interviewed experts on responsible AI, and they said two things which I think is really relevant to this conversation. The first is that responsible AI requires a broad socio-technical approach. So not just about technology, but about society's relationship with technology. And the second thing that they said was that responsible AI, the concept itself, needs to be negotiated in participatory, inclusive, and context-specific ways. And so I'm really delighted that we have a panel here focusing on this topic, and a panel with great expertise in doing this and in talking about this topic. So I will introduce them. So we've got Dr. Abigail Gilbert. Would you like to say a little bit more briefly about the work that you do? The Institute for the Future of Work?
Sure. So the Institute for the Future of Work thinks about how we can design technology in a way that will build a fairer future through better work over the course of this particular transition.
Yeah, I'm sure that's very obvious. You've not been to see the conversation. We've got Andrew Pakes, Prospect. Would you like to say a little bit briefly about Prospect?
I think that means on. Hello everyone, I'm Andrew Pakes. I'm one of the Deputy General Secretaries at the Prospect Trade Union. I help convene our future of work in this area, so looking at both how AI and technology is changing how we work and manage, but also building power and bringing together workers who work in AI and digital technology themselves to give them and help them find voice over some of the changes in this new industry.
Brilliant. And we've got Jenny Tennyson from Connected by Data. Jenny, a few words about Connected by Data.
Yeah, I'm Jenny Tennyson. I'm from Connected by Data. It's a campaign to give a powerful community voice around data and AI, and we work on narratives and practices and policies around that.
Thank you. And then we've got Luke Elgar from the Communication Workers Union. So over to you, Luke.
Yes, Luke Elgar, yeah, as you said, Communication Workers Union. We deal with, we have members from both British Telecoms, but my best knowledge is my background, which is Royal Mail, and what I was contributing on today is basically around the real-time recording of postal workers, delivery workers across the UK, and how this is starting to stem into a big concern for us, which I'll allude on.
Brilliant, thank you. And thanks also for being very tight. Colleagues have got 5 minutes to give us a provocation on some of these questions. Why is it important to engage workers and communities on AI? How can we do that? What are the barriers? How can we overcome the barriers? What is the role of government and industry? So I will start with Abigail. So over to you, and then we'll go through a perspective from everyone, and then we'll turn to questions. Abigail.
Great, thank you, Lena. So I start by saying it's great to join this panel and great to be talking to you about this today. So I suppose to come to Rena's first question on why, it's the case that in previous waves of industrial transformation, they've entrenched regional inequalities across the country, and there's significant evidence that that's happened, and especially with the particular context of the UK, with those inequalities being significantly sharp. And in a recent survey that was conducted as part of the Pisarides Review into the Future of Work and Wellbeing, which is generously funded by the Nuffield Foundation and led by Professor James Hayden, who gave us this space today, but unfortunately can't be here, he found that there is a potential that with the adoption of AI, these particular regional inequalities become even further consolidated. And this is because as managers adopt these technologies, they're more likely to adopt them in ways that erode job quality or delete jobs where they are located in labour markets that have lower innovation readiness, as we looked at it, which is a kind of a proxy for local labour market characteristics. So what this might mean is that this particular wave of adoption that happens now serves to further entrench particular geographic inequalities that we can already see. And this is a real invitation to think about work in the context of communities and understand adoption practices within firms as they relate to their broader place-based context, which obviously has implications for governance and regulation. To come to the third question, second, around barriers, I suppose a key issue is that we often recognise the need for greater participation in governance, and this is often used to refer to citizens. Workers aren't often conceived in the same, citizens are workers, most of us have to work, but people aren't conceived in relation to their role as workers in a way that means that they should have a say and a voice over things in that with that same kind of democratic spirit. And one of the ways that this plays or is significant in relation to these issues of local transformation also relates to the way that our local state is structured. So at the moment, regeneration through planning is the main way that the local state understands how it can shape the economy, and that's because it's something that it has power over. But in some work that we've done, which has looked at transformations, for instance, to Grimsby and Bristol, where we've looked at new futures of work which had been imagined from elsewhere, there was no engagement with people as workers around what that new future would look like, and then there was a significant mismatch between what their desires and expectations were and how much it actually offered them as a kind of reality. Secondly, there's a lack of collaborative architecture for workers' voices being represented in the policy-making process. And this is something that I strongly suspect that my co-panellist will talk to more later, given a recent report that he's done with a research fellow of ours, Harry Pitt, so I won't say more on that now. And then thirdly, I think a major barrier is that firms and organisations still don't understand the point and the benefit of doing this. But there's abundant research that suggests that at the level of firms, engagement can improve productivity by around 14%. And this is partly because if you speak to workers, they often understand how a process will function in a way that means that you can deploy technology in a way that it actually delivers benefits for your organisation. But also the buy-in that you garner from people, the retention of them, and also their motivation can deliver benefits for the organisation. So I suppose that kind of the key barriers there. So what do we do to overcome this, and what's the how of how we get to this better state of involvement? Well, at the Institute, we're particularly interested in the firm and as a kind of unit of this transformation where these decisions and adoption practices begin. And we have developed a kind of architecture for engaging workers in these processes of design, review and iteration of these technologies, which is also a guidance for organisations on thinking critically about how to adopt, procure and then implement these kinds of technologies. And we call this Good Work Algorithmic Impact Assessment. And if anyone's worked on impact assessment projects, they'll know that makes it sound wholly underwhelming. But it is kind of also this, this sort of process to imagine and redesign these potential futures for our relationships with each other within the workplace. And we've understood how to engage workers in that context through different methodologies which reflect democratic principles. So one would be kind of selecting from the workforce through a representative sample, kind of using sortition, identifying who the relevant stakeholders are that might be impacted, selecting from that group, and involving them on that basis. Or obviously elective, wherever there is a union, they should absolutely be involved. This is unfortunately not the case across all workplaces, and therefore we do need these other processes to be identified to engage people, but equally it could be work councils. And then also, provided that the scale of the organisation is adequate, direct, where you engage all of those different workers that may be impacted in that process. So the kind of deployment context is one, that firm level context for the how with Good Work AIA. But then also in place, we need, at the moment, the place-based narrative around futures of work still focuses on the match. Who has what skills, where are they, and where should they be? We need to go beyond this to think about what's making good work and good jobs. And we think that probably something that could help there is the development of local place-based future of work strategies. How we get to that requires a conversation firstly about devolution, but then also about different devolved powers to make sure that those kind of instruments can have teeth to design the futures that people want.
Thank you. So,
oh no,
that's not working. So anyway, hopefully, thank you very much. Great set of intervention. Lots to be thinking about in terms of place-based approaches. Lots to be thinking about in terms of, I suppose, what you were describing mini publics, and also more kind of structured approaches to workforce engagement within the workforce or the employee settings. That's a really helpful set of summary. Andrew, I might turn to you next for your intervention on hoping your mic is working, is it?
I think so. Brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant. Over to you.
Cool. So we were asked to give you some provocation. So here's my provocation for you. And it's nice to be with you this afternoon. It's nice to be an event which is centering around work and the experience of work within this kind of fiesta of AI we're all talking about. So my provocation is that we will ultimately fail to get this wrong and fail to achieve the benefits that technology could bring us if we don't address what I call the 3 Ps. And that's people, place, and power. And what strikes me as the biggest example of how you get that wrong, if I'm honest, is look who's at Bletchley Park this week. There is no conversation about power, there is no conversation about place, there is no conversation about people. And we will have some great press releases, there will be some amazing choreography of diplomacy going on, but ultimately we will get 6 months down the line and nothing will have changed in terms of the substance. And that's the real challenge. And I understand the diplomatic pressure and the pressure to have these big moments, but rarely does change come from a single moment. It comes from evolving something in it. And to me, that's how we need to get the debate forward. So another one of my reflections, I grew up about 2 miles away from Bletchley Park. My family had come from Milton Keynes for predecessors a long time for it. What struck me talking to my mum was when Bletchley Park was doing its thing, predominantly with a woman-based workforce, not just the men we see on telly talking about Bletchley Park, no one knew about it. Its history was completely hidden. You can see why, because some of the secrecy. When I grew up, I knew nothing about Bletchley Park because still it was covered by the secrecy. And in fact, I find it really fascinating now seeing this great history of Bletchley Park, somewhere where I grew up, and knowing nothing about it. It was completely divorced from the everyday lives of those of us who lived around it. And that's my big fear about how AI is being treated and how the summit's getting to, that this discussion about AI will again be divorced from the rest of us and what happens. And unless we centre or anchor some of these debates in the work particularly Luke and I do as trade unionists, but many of you do in this room, on the everyday experience of technology, how it impacts our lives, how it affects our sense of identity, how it addresses the kind of security and comfort with change that we all experience, then again, we're going to fail to get some of that wrong. I noticed yesterday as part of this there was a big conversation about 185 million, I think mostly re-announced money for skills, which focused largely on the global talent, the AI leaders in this world. And that may be fine for an upstream conversation, but we never get to the downstream conversation about the rest of us. Because if this money is about the AI talent, and that's what the country needs, does that mean the rest of us aren't the talent? This is again where you get language and narratives going about. It's like there's a moonshot of people who may save us, but the rest of us don't get into it. And that translates into, I think, the work we do, which is, for most of our members, we see technology already transforming their lives, both the jobs they do through some job loss and augmentation, but also through management and HR, people analytics, surveillance software that CWU are doing brilliant work, as are GMB and other unions, resisting and trying to put a human element into it, which is transforming people's work experiences. But then you also get this whole augmentation of it, and that's the barrier. The barrier really, Rima, is that this is a conversation about social change, economic change, and our economic model. And unless we locate technology as a means to the change we're having, if we get this idea of tech exceptionalism, if we think the tech is so exceptional to anything we've ever experienced in our history or lived experience, then it becomes something only other people can discuss. And it doesn't. So the good example I said earlier, and then I will bring it to a close, is, yeah, I live in a city now, Peterborough, which has a really proud industrial engineering past. Over the last decade, we've seen the growth of warehousing, call centres, and other type jobs replace it. We all know through technology in the next 3 to 5 years, at least half of jobs in call centres will disappear. Largely from a consumer perspective, we hope that will be a better experience when we're trying to get through to the right person. If you regard it purely as a tech and AI conversation, the conversation has a logic, something better for consumers and something which is more effective for businesses. But if it's only a tech conversation, you don't have the second half of that, which is what happens to those people. And one of our big dangers, which is why place is important for people, which is if technology and AI means that people can invest and do jobs just about anywhere, we don't have the conversation about work which is somewhere. and the idea of industrial policy and economic policy. And I like some of the stuff Abby's talked about, but I think some of this is also just about relearning old lessons. We need a proper industrial strategy in this country. We need a sense of social partnership where businesses who are largely good in this space and employees and workers can come together and solve some of these challenges together. And if people say that's fanciful, in large parts of Europe, in large parts of the world, that happens. Even in the United States. Isn't it amazing that in the week of our AI summit, President Biden blew the summit out of the water with the most comprehensive executive order on AI I have seen today. Now, we can argue whether that will be implemented, but something centred on all of our roles as human beings who live in communities, human beings as work, as relate to each other, access healthcare and public services, who care about inequality, care about disparity in their life experiences, in one document, which is largely the opposite of what we might get from this week. Was that provocative enough?
It was.
Thank you.
Well done. I'm especially struck by the story you told about Bletchley Park. And one of the things that really struck me was the way technology was developed. You know, if you think about the process of development of technology, there is a question that I'm now asking from your story, which is, have we unquestioningly taken that approach and baked that into, because it's so important to us and our national history, have we unquestioningly just taken that approach and baked that into the way we now think about it? So do we need to think that was appropriate for that time, but now we need a different approach? So yeah, I was really struck by that story. Okay, great. So next up is Jenny.
Cool. So I really agree with everything that's already been talked about. I think I'm going to try and focus on some things that are a little bit different, just to give a bit of contrast. And it's not because I disagree, or it's just because I don't want to be repetitive. So on why, I thought I'd concentrate on why, say, President Biden has signed an executive order that includes consultation with workers. There's the US Bill of Rights around AI that includes consultation with communities. Why would governments be interested in that? And I think one of the key things here is that because AI is so context dependent, how we use it is so context dependent, it becomes very, very difficult to regulate with high level kind of red lines around what it is that people should do. Very difficult for regulators to get into all of the places and be able to see all of the places in which AI gets used. And so we need to have accountability mechanisms that operate at the level of the workplace, that operate at the level of the school or the hospital or whatever, right? So really, for me, then engagement with workers and communities around the use of AI in the workplace is about making regulation in its broadest sense, as in regulating a system, not in its sense of like the legal regulation, making that practical, providing capacity at that local level, providing that context specificity, providing agility as well so that things can change over time. And I think there are two other upsides as well. There's a skills upside. When you start to talk to people about technology as it affects their lives, they start to understand technology better, right? It skills them up. So actually engagement helps with skills. And engagement helps, as we've already talked about, with trust and adoption, when it becomes something that people work with rather than something that they fight because they feel like it's working against them. And so having better engagement, I think, is a way of getting better trust and adoption in technology, and also getting the kind of productivity benefits that we might see. So from a government perspective, I think it really makes sense to try and push for more of this engagement at a local level in the workplace, right, in order to achieve those kinds of benefits. On the how, we've already talked about the kind of engaging with workers, and as I say, I think that that's crucial, but I think we also need to remember community engagement as well. So one of the things that Luke has talked to us about is how, you know, you're a postie and you go around and it's not just about delivering the mail, right? It is also about the interactions that you have with the people on your route. It's about bringing just a word of comfort to the old people who are lonely and don't see anybody else in their day, right? But this applies across the board, right? Call center customers you talked about. The customers will be impacted by the use of technology in the workplace just as surely as the workers will be. You think about technology in schools. It's not just teachers who are affected, it's also students, it's also parents. Think about supermarket tills. Like in all of these places, right, we as customers, as clients, for these kinds of services also get affected by technology that is being rolled out. And so that means that I think that it's also important to bring in the voice of the customers, the clients, the communities that are affected when technology gets used in the workplace. And when you do that, then you find, obviously, there are also concerns about technology being used in ways that will then affect them. In particular, that we really value human contact, we value care, and we value humanity. And when that gets taken away through the adoption of technology, then that's a problem for us as customers and clients, as well as for workers as well. Anyway, so that's my pitch for let's also engage the communities who are affected as well as the workers. And as for barriers, I wanted to highlight a non-barrier that is often brought up. Often people talk about not being able to do proper consultation or engagement around technology because they're worried that the people they would consult with don't really understand it. That is not a barrier. Literacy is not a barrier to consultation. We can have an opinion on how technology and AI affects our lives without having to be developers of that technology, right? And so that is not a barrier, and it's not an excuse. I think that there are some barriers, though. I think we're not good at knowing how to engage, like what techniques to use. Right now, we're running a mini public people's panel on AI, bringing together, a randomly selected set of people to discuss AI in general. But there's a whole bunch of techniques that you can use for engagement. It's not all about citizens' juries, and we should be experimenting with different kinds of techniques, I think, in order to bring those in so that we get better at that. I think there's a barrier that people feel around time and cost and delays. We've already talked about how actually the engagement smooths the path for an easy adoption of technology rather than one that is constantly being pushed back against. But I think the key barrier is one about openness, and there's always a real challenge around openness. And it's openness for organisations both to listen to workers and communities who are affected by data and AI, but also to be open and honest about the constraints that they're operating within, so that it turns into a dialogue that is about us working together towards a common kind of recognising common kinds of problems and working together, rather than one that is always at loggerheads, like you're trying to do this to us and we're trying to resist it. I think that that's where we could get to. So yeah, to summarise, I think there are good reasons for government to be pushing this as a policy. I think it's important to remember communities who are affected as well as workers, and we should focus on this shared journey of transformation rather than antagonism all the time.
Thank you. So it's about focusing on the shared journey, but also at the very beginning of your talk, you were talking about the importance of workers working with the technology, or being technology working with them rather than in opposition. And that's a really interesting thought. What would it look like for a world in which we would see that dynamic? And it's early days at the moment, but there isn't quite as much discussion, it seems, about the development of societal skills around the use of technology. So you've got the technology, but there still needs to be more, it's seen, that supports people to be able to use those technologies effectively. And it's kind of an interesting balance to strike. That needs to be both into the design of the technologies, but it also, there's something about who ultimately is benefiting from them, and how can they benefit from them and be supported to benefit from them. Okay. I wanted to remind people that we do have an opportunity for questions using Slido, and I'm sure that this would feel very familiar to you all by now. So do drop your questions in the Slido if you haven't yet already. Yeah, so let's continue the conversation. Luke, what are your thoughts on some of the interesting thoughts and comments that have come up?
So firstly, thank you on behalf of postal workers and delivery workers in general for the opportunity to contribute to this debate today. I think what we've seen is the AI debate becoming prevalent in the media and in politics, but actually for us, from our perspective, it's something, well, certainly technology and automation of jobs is something we've dealt with for decades, and it's sort of now that it's replacing or threatening more skilled jobs, or as what people call more skilled jobs, it's now becoming more wider debate when actually we've dealt with parcel sorting machines that replace jobs by sorting thousands of parcels an hour. We've dealt with all sorts of technology coming into the industry. And the AI one and the real-time tracking, as I say, is the one that's really becoming prevalent for us today. So you'll recognise that all postal workers carry a scanner. You'll probably assume they scan a parcel and then you get a notification, or the person that sent it gets a notification confirming that it was sent. But the reality is the scanners that they hold are able to track them in real time. They provide the company with as much data as they can try and collect from it. So they measure, for example, algorithms are now being used to try and dictate the perfect route, basically measuring how many steps you do, how long it takes you to get up the steps, how long you spend at a doorstep, and all those different things. And what we're starting to see now is, rather than experience and the union being able to negotiate based on what's really achievable, savings targets, and sort of what the local people understand as what is an achievable route, they're trying to now create this scenario where they're using all that data to create the perfect round, so that whilst people might be incentivised to work faster because they might finish 20 minutes earlier or something like that, they're seeing that 20 minutes as a reward. And actually now the technology becomes the whip to make sure you're working faster, rather than incentivised or rewarded or just simply having job satisfaction. So, as I say, these algorithms now are able to dictate, well, they're trying to use it to dictate. That's naturally, obviously, discriminative against anyone that has a disability, anyone that's older, even female, going through whatever females are dealing with, and so on and so forth, and all the different things. So the expectation is always, obviously, to try and aim for hitting the pace that a 25-year-old is hitting and new into the industry. And what actually this is creating is, I think what we're starting to see, and certainly in Royal Mail, is a recruitment and retention crisis. So we've seen it for some time now. We see it because when we try and recruit union members, we get the data of who's entered the industry, and then very quickly we're communicating that to our local reps. We're saying, have you managed to recruit that person? And they say they were in for 2 weeks, if that, and they left because they found it was a basket case. And the reason is because of obviously the delays we're seeing massively across the country, and all this is linked to this idea that they can create a perfect round and they don't have to negotiate with a trade union. It's still a culture that's massively embedded, which coming under the previous CEO, who was removed and actually has not gone with him because of the number of people he's brought in with him. But the reality is, as I say, the retention issue is becoming a major problem. The delivery of the mail is becoming a major problem, and actually delivering for the customers and doing all the things that Royal Mail need to do to survive and be a profitable company. So I think the proof in the pudding is that actually when you incentivise a workforce and when you bring them on board, you will be a more successful company. And actually in trying to reduce terms and conditions and trying to create this technological whip, as I allude to, they're creating a massive problem, and it isn't having the desired effects. So where we're linking into now what we're dealing with, and it was in our national agreement that we agreed, they were very keen to have a My Performance app also on this scanner. Now, the 3 KPIs, key performance indicators, that are on it aren't something that we would particularly shy away from, particularly be nervous from. They're whether you scanned your items, driver safety and complaints from customers. So things you'd be approached on a day-to-day basis anyway. But what we're clearly starting to see now is that they want to link this to your productivity and how fast you are. And what we're seeing now is actually you're also discriminated for how long you've been in the business because of wear and tear, because of other issues. So they're trying to create an idea where you keep bringing new people in. They don't like the sort of longer term posties and the people who know the area very well. But actually, again, it's another issue because someone who understands the area is better than as knowledge of it and actually can deliver around faster and particularly out on the vans, understanding the roads in the locality are, experience in any industry is obviously a massive benefit. And I don't think the Royal Mail appreciate that. I think they think that technology and your sat-nav, for example, can dictate all this stuff without the need for experience. But actually, my friend at the back here, I was just talking to on the sound, alluded to exactly the same thing, where his postman in, I think it was Richmond, is being told to go up and down the same street twice when he's saying, I know the quickest route, but I'm being penalised for not taking that route. So, as I say, when you don't involve people into the debate, you create massive problems for yourself as a company. And actually, before the dispute that a very bitter dispute that we are trying to move away from now and have a national agreement round, but having the difficulties holding the company to that national agreement, is around all that. So I think what they're looking for is a continuous improvement culture, but actually it's creating a conveyor belt where you're not retaining staff, and those are all the issues around that. So, as I say, when you don't bring your workforce with you, you create your own problems. And I think particularly with the data, when you don't involve people into the debate, you create that issue as well. And that's why, for the time being, whilst they're recognising that and they're starting to learn, I hope the new CEO is going to negotiate with us further on these issues. Before that, we had input to all what went into the timings on the algorithms, so we understood them. So we knew exactly how long they were recording for you to go up a certain amount of steps, how long on a doorstep. But now they are trying to hide that data from us. And the real reason is because it's always humans that are putting in this data behind the scenes, and humans in a business world are always looking for savings, of course, but actually what it's creating is unrealistic targets. So it's a massive concern for us. It's going to be an ongoing concern, and I think it's creating a negative culture at work where, as I say, you have a sort of technological whip, which we want to move away from and actually bring people along with us on this whilst we introduce this technology. So thank you.
Thank you. And I think there's something really interesting in here about, the issues as you talk about the workplace surveillance. It's the term that people use to describe this, but the sense that workers often have that they are not basically in control of the technology. The technologies are controlling them, and it's not unique to one industry. It's an issue across a number of industries, and it's really important when we're thinking about agency and control and what's exerting control and power. And actually, I was reading some really interesting work on well-being. There was a study conducted in America, and it illustrated that one of the largest contributors to well-being for American citizens at the time was not really anything other than their sense of agency and control. So when you think about agency and control, one of the reasons it matters is it matters so much for one's sense of well-being. So that's a really powerful intervention. Thank you very much. We do have quite good questions, actually. So we always have good questions. We have got one from Robin Carpenter, who is here. And Robin said, a challenge with wide engagement is self-unselection. Some people don't want to engage conversation, even after encouragement from community leaders. Should you push to represent such groups, or continue the conversation without them, or something else? Is there anything else that we should add to that?
I should probably say that I'm coming from a medical context with this question, and also that I appreciate it's a really, really hard question. So I just really wanted to hear people's opinions of that.
Angina?
And just to add on, how do we lower those costs or barriers to participation?
Okay, and how do we lower the costs or barriers to participation? So that's the question. So I suppose what you're talking about is the participation gap. The cost of participation. Yeah.
But there's a cost. There's also some people who don't care. They don't want to be part of it. They're not interested. Yeah. Which is fine, but basically fine.
Okay. So the few issues, but one is around, you know, not everyone will want to participate equally, and then there might be barriers to participation. So there might be structural reasons for why people can't participate equally. What do we do about that in the context of this conversation? Who would like to answer that question? Yeah, Abigail?
Sorry.
I'm happy to pick up as well. So.
Only in the absence of wider enthusiasm, which is what I'm just saying. So, I suppose just some first thoughts on how we approach this question in relation to the guidance that we developed for the Information Commissioner's Office on how to undertake these processes, which is firstly to have a baseline of a series of commitments before you begin a engagement process that include things like ensuring that people are fairly compensated for their time. They're not expected to work on this outside of the time that they'll be participating in whatever this process was. Secondly, making it transparent what the terms of engagement are, which involves making it clear what you will make commitments to amend if someone gives their time to a process, which is similar in sort of local engagement practices. Often people think it's futile, so they don't want to engage because they don't think there's any point in it. If you state before you begin something what it is that someone can expect out of it, and that there will be actions taken if there are risks of a certain threshold identified, then that is a motivating factor. There's obviously also in the context of a workplace a fear of penalisation for critiquing what practices are, and this is why it's important that we already have protected roles under both health and safety and union representatives who are not subject to those forms of, or protected from that kind of potential repercussions from speaking against a particular practices, which is why it's important we have that. But I suppose there's also on this issue of representation and noting that the impacts of algorithmic systems are greater for certain groups, as picked up on slightly to some part by Luke. We did recommend that in the context of using sortition or this methodology of representation that you did upweight and allow for greater involvement of specific communities. But it's also not fair to burden those communities with the responsibility to do that. And so it should be provided really as a choice, and then also we suggested that there was also a potential election of a representative to who people from that particular, or from those groups and various groups felt they could represent them so that they didn't feel that excessive burden because they are also the ones that suffer with excessive costs.
I'm going to come to Jenny next on this question. The question after that, I will come to colleagues because I think it's very trade union specific. So Jenny.
It's only a few things to just reinforce and add. I think looking at why people unselect themselves, I think is really important. And like I think there's often people feel that they've contributed before, but they've not been listened to as a community, right? It might not be them individually, but as a community that's happened before, and therefore unselect because it's not worth it. And so I think that's part of the authenticity part of needing to, in these engagements. And you know, you listed really well the kinds of things that you can do in order to set expectations and make sure that it is an authentic engagement, in order to build that trust for better engagement in the future. I also think it's important to recognise that the perfect should not be the enemy of the good. It's better to have some representation from some people than it is to go for something that is perfect. And you know, you should be. I think it's good to be conscious of where you might not have that full representation and why, but also how it might skew what the results are. And you know, you can do a bit of critical reflection on that without necessarily needing to have the people in the room, although obviously it would be better if you did. And just on the barriers, I think the thing I'd highlight is that there's lots of varying needs, right? And different kinds of people and communities need different things. And so it's not a kind of blanket, this is the kind of support that you have. Again, asking for what it is that you need for each of your participants, I think is really important.
Thank you. So Will Strong says something about, basically, this is a question, it would be good to hear ideas as to how this new tech could tangibly improve lives. And then if we are going to see a bump in automation and productivity, then why not adopt a shorter working week to save jobs, improve staff retention and meet the mental health crisis, etc. A traditional union demand, ... So the question is, if tech is going to be more productive, generate increased productivity, why aren't workers seeing the benefits of that? I think let's go here and then
So I picked up on the point of improving lives. I mean, for the technology, firstly I'll say is the reason why we don't shy away from any technology in general is because it improves the lives of customers in particular. Because, for example, some of the technology I've spoken about earlier actually, it's able to give you a more accurate time of when you expect a delivery, what to do if you're not going to be, and so on and so forth. And particularly on the 4-day week topic, it's a big one in our union. We fight hard for innovative duty patterns. Obviously, to achieve that, you need to look at shorter working week. We had an agreement just 2 years ago before this major dispute that we've just moving away from, hopefully, which committed us to move into a 35-hour working week with no loss of pay, and that's an introduction of technology and so on and so forth. We now operate at a 37-hour week, and during the height of the dispute, the new HR director ripped up that for all new entrants and put them back to 40-hour working week. So a major commitment at the moment is focused on harmonising those terms and getting everyone onto the same, which is 37, not 40. But we remain committed in our current agreement that it's joint aspiration, as much more so our aspiration than the company's, but a joint aspiration to move to a 35-hour working week. So again, it's a massive one for us. We believe it's massively important for productivity because a shorter working week gives you recovery time, particularly as a postal worker. When you're working 8 to 10 miles a day, you're covering 5 days a week or more. You need that respite, and if you do have that respite, you're going to be able to walk a bit faster, perhaps. So, again, if everyone's engaged in a debate, we strongly believe that it's in the interest of the company and our employees, our members. But at the moment, I think there's unfortunately a big culture encouraged, I would say, by the government to not engage with trade unions and actually see us as sort of mad. We don't really understand. We're not business people, so what are you talking about? But eventually, it swings around in circles, and they realise they benefit from engaging with us.
Thank you. Andrew.
The reality of my job and working with lots of our reps is we struggle to get people only to do the hours they're paid for at the moment. So I want to get to things like a 4-day week and seeing some of those benefits, but the amount of unpaid overtime and our always-on culture, often inspired by the technology that allows us to be connected, means how many of us are still doing emails on a Friday night? How many of us still have employers or managers sending stuff through as they're switching off because they're working then, and then you feel pressured to work at that point. So we know unpaid overtime and work culture is a really important part of this conversation. And I think that comes to the bigger question of what kind of discussion do we want to have about technology, productivity in this country? Because actually we've had a really lousy work culture in this country for a long, long time. Predates all this stuff around AI. If you look at our near competitors who are more productive, there are clear benefits that people get within that. Our main competitors tend to be more productive, work fewer hours, have higher levels of union recognition, but also, really important for this, have higher levels of adoption of new technology. And you don't need much empirical evidence to get people on the shop floor, whatever that shop floor is, might have some knowledge and insight into production processes or customer service which isn't held by those people in C-suite who don't provide the level of service. So actually the conversation I think we want to have is how do we create a sense of partnership in this so that we all see a future? Because we know from any other previous bit of economic change we've had, where it has gone wrong is when people haven't seen their future, whether that's a community having development imposed on them or service change imposed to them, or workers feeling that, again, we are put upon. Stuff is done to us, not with us. And I think there's a real opportunity to use some of this technology to actually reach out to people in different ways. So that in that previous question about how do you engage people, we have deliberative software. We have the ability for people to find out when they're working in different workspaces, or if they're working different shift patterns or working more flexibly. Technology can make people feel part of a group, a sense of a work identity, which we didn't have before if people are off-site at different times. So there is potential in this technology to actually make people have a better sense of well-being and identity, but it needs to be done with people. And I think that's the ultimate question that Luke and I try and address. How do our members and their co-workers get a sense of they're at the table when these things are discussed and decisions are made?
Thank you. And we still have some more questions, so don't head off just yet. We've got a question from Gulsen Guler. Should tech builders be better connected with those who use it or are impacted by it? Do you think unions in big tech can contribute to meaningful change? What I might do is split that into two, if that's okay. The first is, should tech builders be better connected with those who use it or are impacted by it? And I'm going to ask Jenny to speak to that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, there should be better connection between the people who are developing technology and the people that are affected by it. There needs to be that kind of, we need a new profession really within technology development companies that is all oriented around engagement with, and it can build off, you know, existing professions like UX. I think the other thing is that we need to have better union representation. I think this is the second part of the question, better union representation within tech companies and better protection for the people who are working within tech companies, and including whistleblower protection, in order to get to better technology use.
And then the second part of that question was, do you think unions in big tech can contribute to meaningful change? And that's, I suppose, to add to that, how? So I'm going to ask Abigail, and then Luke, and then Andrew to speak to that.
I think I'll pass to Luke on that one.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll still writing down the questions. Sorry, microphone. Yeah, so look, in truth, it's a difficult one for me to answer with my knowledge. What I do know is that we've, our fastest, whilst we have difficulty recruiting at the moment because of retention issues in my industry, our fastest growing part of my trade union is UTOR branch, which is Allied and Tech Workers. So in truth, I'd rather be able to try and answer the techie arguments in that regard, but it's clear for me that is growing. I mean, literally 80% in a year membership in that branch is our fastest growing function in the trade union, and we're trying to learn from them why they're so successful at recruiting, even though we've been doing, perhaps some of the people around me in my sector have been doing it a lot longer. So it's not the answer you wanted, but it's positive in my respect, in my regard, that there are people grasping this issue.
Andrew.
Absolutely. You know, big tech are some of the biggest global power corporations in the world, and it's really important. I think we can touch this on the next session. Some of the global partnerships we're in with sibling unions in other parts of the world, again, using this new technology to share how some of these big tech companies have very different behaviours in different countries based on labour laws, social standards in that, and how do we raise those standards within that. That we represented most of the Twitter workforce in the UK, where on Christmas Eve last year, Elon Musk sent an email saying they were sacked and locked them out of their system. We had to take action in that, because it turned out, who knew? Elon Musk thought people who worked in the UK had the same labour laws you have in California, because no one had really thought what actually happens on it. So we're really pleased that such a great employer has been invited to have a photo opportunity with the Prime Minister today, given he is a paragon of good virtue and good work. But definitely, if we're going to define, you know, these are big corporations as well as technology companies. There should always be a leveller in that in terms of voice and social justice. But that, if it's made, you know, that's upstream, where coders and designers, I think we need very much specific upstream stuff. I really welcome Institute Future Work stuff around how do we create accountability in algorithms. I think there's also downstream impacts, those of us who are affected by this technology, and where do we fit into it? And that's got to be about skills, how the rest of us get the skills to adapt to change, and why we talk about a digital transition that we need in the way that we talk about a just transition into low carbon technologies. We need a digital transition. So the workforce as a whole, 2/3 of us, or 2/3 of our 2033 workforce, are already in work. So there is no route to having a productive digital AI-driven economy in this country that doesn't deal with adult skills. There just simply isn't. You can train as many youngsters coming through school as you want, but we will fail as a country unless we give adults, often in precarious, low-paid work, the ability to learn and be part of making this AI-driven world a success for them, rather than just for the bank balance or shareholder value. And that's a real challenge because it's bigger than just AI in terms of doing that. But equally, we need AI algorithm management, but we also need it for the rest of it. And you know, most companies in this country, well, let's frame it this way. One of the reasons we have some of the safest workplaces in the world, in this country, is that we already have a health and safety regime which involves workers. We have a just culture of safety in workplaces. Even where there aren't unions, there are workforce and workplace committees where workers get a sense to blow the whistle, have those conversations, check that people are kept safe, and we reduce accidents on that base. Managing risks, reducing harms. That's what we need with AI and technology. We need the stuff around the algorithms and those things around some of those particular problems, but we need to manage risks and reduce harms. We know how to do it. We just need employers and others to put the mechanism in place to allow workers to be part of those conversations.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm afraid that's all we've got time for in terms of questions. We haven't been able to take every single question, such has been the level of engagement. So thank you so much for your participation and all your brilliant questions. I want to, ask you to give a huge round of applause for the panel.
Yes, there's a tea break now. Please do continue.
Hello, is this working? Yes. Welcome back. We're now going to have a fantastic wrap-up panel, which I'm very lucky to be moderating, all offering such unique, complementary and international perspectives on the subject of today. Then we are going to have a very exciting announcement by Professor Gina Neff. And then finally, our wonderful trustee Anne-Marie Immerfordon is going to say the final words. Actually, that's the real wrap-up. This is the discussion that will lead to that. All of you, I think, in your way, act as a bridge between the national and the international perspective, which is so important this week for the AI Summit and the Fringe. Andrew, you've worked with some flagship initiatives with the Swedish unions, for example, over Spotify, as well as the Global Federation on Training and Agreements. Ivana, you've just written a fantastic paper for the Council of Europe on one of our favourite subjects, the promotion of equality, in the context of structural inequalities that we're looking at. And David, you have been involved in guidance from UNESCO, the Council of Europe, and I think possibly the Hiroshima process as well, which will bring us super up to speed and help situate our discussions today in the international context. Partly for Ivana's benefit, more than partly, I'm just going to recap a few of the things that we've heard in the panels through the day. From the first, but it's not going to do justice to them by any means. First of all, from the first panel, how can we really apply and think about the potential and opportunity of AI to solve pressing local and national challenges, including regional inequality? And I'm thinking in particular of Philip talking about how we really don't have an infrastructure for this in the UK. And remembering the striking words of Wilson saying, so you mean it's on us when firms say, what should we do about it? So thinking about different types of infrastructure that perhaps need to be developed in the UK. Secondly, from the regulation panel, we're looking for a kind of magic mix of hard and soft law, of law at a national level, at an international level, of things that work for specific domains or sectors, and things that apply, principles that apply at the top. So I think that thinking about in this panel how we really operationalise that and how we move to the next stage of the regulation debate is super important, and work gives us a really important, the most important context through which to think this through. We've thought about how we need to, in the panel that you've only just missed, Ivana, the importance of identifying, engaging with all stakeholders and using existing infrastructures, including unions, for that purpose. And also, I think something that's really come out through the day is a consciousness that we are at a juncture. That it's not just a tale of two cities, it's a tale of multiple cities and multiple futures, depending on the choices that we make. And that came out very sharply, I think, from the sector-specific panel. So in healthcare, where there's a huge capacity, demand and engagement workforce problem, combined with genuine excitement from nurses blown away with the potential to apply new diagnostic capabilities. So against that background, I'd like to start off by asking you all to introduce yourselves. I'm going to try and create a logical order, at least in my own head, with Ivana, David, and then Andrew, and just tell us what you think is the most important thing in this landscape to make the future work.
Great, thank you. Oh no, right. Can you hear me? That's what it works.
Oh, yeah, but
so, no, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me. And it's very nice to be here and see so many familiar faces in the room. And certainly people I used to spend a lot more time with before my life 2 years ago changed completely. and I moved to live in Frankfurt and work for a global company that is based in India, and I live between, sort of constantly jet lagged between India and Los Angeles. So but it's really nice to be here. And I work in privacy. That's my main activity. So I am the Global Chief Privacy Officer for a large technology company that has 250,000 people. And so my work is leading on privacy and also leading on all the issues around AI and governance and compliance and all of that internally. But as mentioned earlier, I've also cooperate with the Council of Europe in relation to, and just co-authored the report on the sort of non-discrimination, and where we demonstrated the lack of overlap between algorithmic discrimination and traditional discrimination. But we'll talk about that later. But it's an in-depth report that is available, and we'll love your feedback on that. On what is most important to me, and what's most important is how we move forward. Because if you look at what's been happening this week, it's been hectic everywhere, from sort of the US and what's happening in Singapore on the sort of new initiatives, and the Global Assembly of Data Privacy saying, you know, privacy and AI are absolutely compatible. That at the same time, we had all the sort of negotiations on the European AI Act, which are coming closer, and at the same time, the US order, which is, in my view, a very, very, very positive step, coupled with just this morning, Kamala Harris launching and directing the new institute within NIST to create the new standards. So a very pragmatic approach, which differs very much for the more nebulous one that we have seen this week this week in the AI Summit. So the next step for me is how we move forward. It's like, what is the next thing? Because we are talking about all of this so much, but what is the next step? What is the next sort of big thing that we do to create what you were talking about, sort of that mix of soft and hard legislation that we need to move? Andrew.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. That's me.
David, yeah.
Yes. So I'm David Leslie. I'm the Director of Ethics and Responsible Innovation Research at the Alan Turing Institute and a Professor of Ethics, Technology and Society at Queen Mary University of London. You know, when I heard you speaking just before, Anna, it brought me back. I had the odd pleasure of being at the summit dinner, the initial summit dinner a few days ago. Asana, I wonder if you had the odd pleasure too of being there?
I did make it.
You did, okay, fantastic. Well, in any case, what was interesting about this dinner, one thing that was interesting, aside from the fact that they tried to sit me next to Michael Kratsios, who, I don't know if anybody knows who that is, former director of the OSTP, Trump appointee. Anyway, doesn't matter. But so I was listening to the speeches, and Michelle Donnellan gave the kind of keynote. And sitting there listening to her, I immediately noticed a nice parallel between, you know, the Prime Minister gave this speech that launched the AI Safety Institute. And the parallel was this kind of narrative of the kind of pivot point in history, right? They had both framed, I don't know if anybody heard the Prime Minister's speech, but there's this kind of emerging narrative where what's being spoken about now in terms of AI or frontier AI or however you want to characterize it, is this idea that you've got this kind of axial moment where, on the one hand, AI can do global catastrophic risks, right? It can do all of the sorts of harms that we've been writing about for the past 5 to 10 years, and now in addition to that, it can create all of these existential risks and et cetera. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, AI could deliver immense benefit, right? AI delivers potentially an ability to tackle public health challenges and biomedical challenges, climate change, biodiversity issues. It's this whole narrative, world global poverty. And so in both of those speeches, there's this kind of picture presented where you've got like this turning point where either we can have AI for the social good, or we can go down the kind of rabbit hole of harm and destroy ourselves, right? What's interesting to me about that is what that raises, I think, from a critical point of view is a question about what we need to be focusing on if we think about regulating AI. Because if AI is this kind of pivot technology, then wouldn't our concern be with who has their hands on the wheel of AI, right? Who's driving the agendas of AI? Who is setting the direction of travel, right, of the innovation, whether it turns towards the social good and public interest, or whether it turns the other way towards harming everybody, right? And what's interesting to me about that is, if you look at the agenda of the summit, if you look at the conversation now that's around the forming of a global advisory panel, or you look at the conversations around the new AI Safety Institute, one wonders whether or not that question about who is controlling the technology, right? Who is setting the agenda for these large-scale technologies, whether that's on the table. And I'm not sure it is. I think this is what we need to pay attention to, and yet the narrowing of conversation that's happening around the summit, even amidst having broader conversations like this, is something that we really need to think clearly about. Because if one was going to sort of reorient the sort of path of innovation in AI ecosystems towards the social good, one would need to get into these incentive structures that are driving the commercialization and scaled initiatives within the research programs. And the question is are we even getting into the sort of domain of incentives in the conversation? And I mean, I think it's a more difficult conversation to have when we think about the international level and whatnot. But it's definitely not it's not on the agenda right now to really think about getting underneath that question of the values that drive the technology. And I'll also point out that there's a reason for this, and I would say that if you've been in the ecosystem for the past few years, you'd notice that around the beginning of the year something changed, right? With the rapid sort of industrialization, commercialization of generative AI, suddenly there was this kind of rush and a shift of conversations and a new interest among the kind of larger tech companies to start to kind of control the conversation and to sort of get involved more aggressively in the way the kind of regulatory and standards conversation was going. And it's almost like, there's BC and AD or whatever. I think there's a before generative AI and an after generative AI, because I think the arc of commercialization and the speed of commercialization has really kind of generated, I think, a new constellation of power relationships to navigate from the perspective of AI ethics and governance, international AI governance. And on this last point I make, and what I think is important, if we think about that shift, is before generative AI, much work was being done and continues to be done, but was being focused on, that had to do with this broader kind of values and rights-based thinking on AI. Work of UNESCO, Council of Europe, things that I'm involved in, various other initiatives, so much from the Institute for the Future of Work, right, around good work and rights and values-based approaches. And now, the atmosphere is one in which it's really about governing, technical AI safety in many ways, or coming up with governance mechanisms that might not address that value space that was kind of such a concern before. And I think there's an issue there. I think we need to really be aware that something has changed, and that we do need to sort of rehabilitate continuity in the conversation.
Yes, we're going to loop back to that. Andrew, we've now given you a short break since your last work on the last panel. So can you...
Cool, so I'll say a few things. Is my microphone working? Good. So sorry if you saw me do my intro last time. You'll get to see if I do it the same this time. So I'm Andrew Pakes. I'm one of the Deputy General Secretaries at Prospect Trade Union. I think for the purpose of this panel, Anna asked me to help contribute because even though my great love in life is grassroots organising and workspace organising in the movement, I also have the great privilege to do some of that work at an international level through, there's always great acronyms. So I'm part of TUAC, which is the Trade Union Advisory Committee to the OECD, which may also be a countdown conundrum if you put all those letters together, which means I take part in the OECD's AI expert panel about trying to derive social partnership and worker voices on some of those. And I'm really interested in that. How do we locate policy and decisions that are being made now in the experiences of people every day through to trying to grapple with something which the world is very bad at, which is global governance. And my fears within this, there's lots of hopes. One of my great hopes is days like this remind me that we have the ability to tackle these difficult issues through the people who have contributed to these panels or in the room. And I wish more of you were in the AI summit. My fear is that we will get tied up in a discussion around global governance, which always overlooks the need for here and now action. So the viewpoint I always come is, how do we make this a discussion about everyday AI? The things which are changing in our lives, the thing that may change next. Let's put aside the robots coming for us or the Terminators and others and focus on what it means for us now, because I think that's where we build trust and we build capacity to manage change better as societies and then work out how we have those bigger conversations. You know, the AI summit is a bit like, it's like the Bridgerton of AI. It is the fancy gowns and the ballroom dancing whilst all the intrigue and power happens off-set. And that's exactly what we've got in this. So my challenge is always, we need to have the people who are affected and impacted need to be at the ball. We all need to be able to dance when it comes to this conversation of how it affects our lives, because it will be profound. And I think we've got to accept and work into that. There is a brilliant phrase that my colleagues in the Swedish movement taught me and they use, which really gets to me to the heart of where it's at, which is that workers shouldn't be scared of the new machines. They should be afraid of the old ones. You know, there is no economic future for any of us trying to defend the status quo in the economy. There is no economic boost to productivity or prosperity in our economy or anywhere else if we try and defend what we've already got. We as a society need to be better at embracing change, but in doing that better, we need to make sure people see themselves as part of that change. And to me, that's the thing we need to grapple with. How do we live up to conversations around governance, about inequality, around power and who makes decisions with the widest set of people in them? And we live, you know, if we don't address the reality, so I'll go back to our Bridgerton in Bletchley Park, you know, the thing we need to talk about and no one talks about is the geopolitics of AI. Because that's what's happening, the whole debate over who goes, whether China's in the room or not, whether Elon Musk is in the room, which country is actually going to have most competition. If we don't name it and pretend it's not existing, we're not going to have a really good discussion about it. So let's name the things we know are on the table and then try and plot a path through it in a practical way.
Thank you, Andrew. Before I go to Slido, I've just got perhaps one question for each of you, if that's all right, and even if it isn't. So perhaps starting here and moving along the line again, David, why is a principles-based approach important? How much consensus is there, like internationally, and what's the next step in operationalizing that? Those are actually 3 questions, but it's kind of it's like A, B, and C.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the question back to you is, how would you have any approach to governance that didn't have some principles informing the practice, right? And so I think it's just about making explicit what those principles are. I think that thinking about governance present and future, I think there's going to need to be a dance between risk-based and principles-based. I don't think that they're necessarily run counter to each other, which is to say a principles-based approach can frame the way we understand risks, but risk itself is an important determinant of the proportionality of governance intervention, which is to say, just because you have a risk component in the way that you're framing a governance process doesn't mean it can't still be values-driven and principles-based. So I think that's important, because I think there's a tendency for those who just want to hand wave and not have any sort of meaningful regulatory or statutory intervention. It's like once you start talking about principles-based approaches, they don't want to converse. But you can have proportionate principles-based approaches. It's not like you're going to immediately you're not going to immediately stifle innovation just because you're constraining innovation activity on the basis of whatever set of principles, whether they're good work principles or the Council of Europe's rights and freedoms. I mean, you can have both, which is to say.
In fact, intervening with a fantastic question from Salna, which feels like a follow-up, so I'm going to use that one rather than mine. Why is this an or conversation and not an and conversation? Why can't we use this as an opportunity to move faster whilst the world is listening? So perhaps with a focus on equality, Ivana, but that's the question for you.
I think that it's something that and I speak with somebody who spent a lot of time in a country which geopolitics of AI is quite relevant, which is India, right? Yeah. And obviously the geopolitics of AI is a massive issue. You haven't read my book, because that is the topic of the in 2018. Right? So what I want to say is we need to build on the level of consensus that we do have already. I mean, with all the criticism that we can make of the UK AI Summit, the fact that there are 37, how many, 27? 28, 20, what number? 28 countries signing onto a declaration at a time like this, to me is a positive step. First thing. Second, the fact that there is the US leading with such strength and an executive order, taking practical steps, to me is fantastic. And the fact that you have Kamala Harris, Vice President, saying, we are not just talking, we're actually doing it. And we are giving this, and that. The fact that you have India, NASCOM, publishing a fantastic paper on responsible artificial intelligence, and through setting a privacy legislation, which they didn't have before, setting up an India Digital Act, which de facto will govern artificial intelligence in India, to me is incredible. And all of this, the fact that you have the European Union with the European AI Act, all of that, to me, is an incredible step. The fact that you have, of course, you have the Council of Europe saying, hey, we do the international governance because there is so many of us, legitimate for the Council of Europe to say that. As legitimate it is for the UN to say, actually, we're working for the Global Digital Compact. We will set the rules. We will do the international global framework, right? And now they've got a group of 50 advisors working together to understand what is the governance that needs to happen. So to me, the big question is, another one, is how do we leverage this consensus and move forward on something that is actually going to be the team? Because that's the problem. The problem is, from a legal standpoint, I would love, for example, as a next step, to get the best legal minds that we've got all around the world and say, what is a governance that works? Is that looking at the aviation model, for example, that when you want to sell in a country, you've got to comply with some standards set by that specific country? Is it the atomic agency kind of model that we're looking at? And to be honest, everybody says AI is not nuclear. Well, yes, no, of course it's not, but that agency does work. Whether we like it or not, that agency has worked so far. So what is the actual model that works from an international governance standpoint? And how do we leverage this consensus, and who does that, to leverage that consensus to bring it to the next level? The question for the UK, to me, is different. The question in the UK is, what is the role that the UK is going to play in that debate? Where you have the US order on the one hand, the European AI Act on the one hand. What is the UK going to do with this on this post-Brexit? I mean, to me, that is the question. And is it the UK going to leverage, for example, the amazing legal tradition that exists in this country to contribute to a debate around the legal structure that we need? And to me, is a legal issue. It's very much of a legal issue. I haven't seen, apart from one, I haven't seen a real paper really going into the debate, into the discussion of these are all the possible models. Yes, we have seen some stuff around pros and cons, okay, but a little bit deeper from a legal standpoint. That's where I would love to call all the lawyers on this. Women, possibly. No, seriously, I'm sorry.
I'm not a lawyer. So.
No, anyway, no, but isn't that the point? And because to me is, what is governance that has got teeth globally? How do we leverage this to do something that, and people say, of course, you know, the world is a mess at the moment. Of course it is. Of course it is. I mean, you know, but actually, you know, we're all saying the same thing to an extent across different countries.
Moving to Andrew and perhaps building off that. So can the UK still lead in responsible AI if we utilise, you know, if we deploy and combine our strengths, as Ivana says, in regulation, in academia and civil society, as well as X risk and other forms of innovative AI?
I think it's a really good question. I think, also this is, thank you for bringing Ivana over and putting her in the room, because I've missed this level of challenge and conversation in this debate, and I think you're right. In my view on things at the AI Summit, we should take everything at face value. So the glass is half full, we've got to keep filling it up and work it out. I think my big sadness for the next year is going to be, I don't think the UK is going to resolve many of its questions on a whole range of things in the next year, because we're going to be trapped in a prism of, until Rishi Sunak calls an election and we work out who's going to run the country, reality is, sorry, we've got to say it, nothing much is going to happen. That's just it. You look at anything, nothing much is going to happen is the honest answer. But it does give us some breathing space for those of us who want to think, what is a more productive, more positive engagement level around that? So I think definitely let's get the lawyers together and think through around that. And, I think I alluded earlier, in my mind, some of this, how do we get this right in governance and AI, to me is about upstream and downstream. I think the upstream stuff is much more difficult, which is what is that international governance over AI itself. Downstream, to me, is its practical impacts today in the world, and I think the UK can reflect on them. The work of the Institute is doing really well around what does this mean in terms of good work now? What do you need around it? I think we can, we can solve many of the impacts at scale on the rest of us by actually having a good skills policy. I think by looking at our employment protections, most of our employment protections in the UK were largely designed in the old economy, when it was about hot metal, people scolding themselves, and physical risk in offices. We don't really have a concept of harm which is done digitally to people in terms of discrimination and others. And legalistically, you can cover it a bit. So the biggest tool that unions use in this country, and partly in Europe around this, is data protection, GDPR. But GDPR is about individual privacy. We shouldn't be talking about, we shouldn't be resolving collective harms for something which is based around individual privacy. Because the risk of going down the individual privacy route is we take individual harms and impacts and we begin to move away from looking at that collective harms. The fact that something might be racist against an individual will also be racist against other people who may share that characteristics. So how do we understand that through equality law, equality prisms? Women who are discriminated will probably be discriminated as a set of women rather than just one individual woman. So you need both the individual harm and the collective harm. So working out what does that look like in terms of practical UK regulation, and there's been that debate about whether we have a single regulator or multiple regulator. To me, the bigger question is, what do we want from regulation, and we can work back. And I don't care if it's one agency or not, as long as those agencies have the resources to do the job and the skills to do the job. I think there's a danger of a single regulator in that it again reinforces the narrative that AI is so different to anything else we've ever experienced. But if AI can lead to us having differential health outcomes, or can lead to us being treated differently at work, or as consumer having different experiences, that's not unique. That's just discrimination that's happened or inequality that's happened. And maybe there are people out there who can deal with that if it's coordinated and resourced. So move away from exceptionalism and fix the things we can.
I'm zooming out a second. Purpose as well as principles. Shall we just stop and very quickly whip round and then hear from anyone in the room as well? I mean, what, in a sentence, what, if that's possible, Okay, yes. What is the purpose? What is the purpose of regulating AI in your views? How would you articulate that or begin to articulate that?
I think to me, it's about having flexible tools. Flexible, I mean, because you will never have government that is up to speed and can follow all the time. I mean, that's the dream. It doesn't happen. So having flexible tools that can adapt to technological development, that can govern the behavior of people around building and using these technologies. That's how I see it. That will be the purpose.
And David, building on that, the ultimate purpose in terms of this direction might be.
I mean, in terms of purpose, for me, it's building in democratic governance, social license, and public consent into how these technologies are designed, developed, and deployed, and what decisions are, how the decisions are made to actually engage in investing in or building technology. So I think for me, it's regulation's really important, but regulation has to sort of be laid over a foundation, a procedural foundation that ensures that people's voices are going to be included in the way the technology is actually designed.
Well, I didn't think it was going to have to be me that said human flourishing, but Andrew, is there anything you wish to add?
I think that's ultimately you need a purpose, and I think human flourishing is a good one. But I think there's a purpose around how do we maximise the benefits we can get for humanity through technology, whilst managing the risks and harms. That to me is the ultimate principle, and if you've got the principle, you can work towards it in different ways. My big fear in the UK is, and Europe is that we end up with the Dangerous Dogs Act of AI, where we end up being so specific about products or particular techniques that by the time we've done that, there'll be new breeds out there which are causing harms. So that flexibility is really important. And I know that's really, really hard to get flexibility and good regulation, but that has to be part of the means to achieve that maximising human benefit.
Can I just add one thing, Anna? And
Yes,
I think that's just I think human flourishing is absolutely a kind of center of gravity. But there's also a kind of biospheric flourishing and this complex relationship between individual well-being, kind of societal flourishing, and the kind of greater biospheric whole. So I think I'm reflecting on how in more of the global conversations, there's been this kind of move to think about things like bon vivre, like good living, but living amidst, a kind of a natural environment that's, enabled by my behavior, and there's a flourishing that's beyond human flourishing in that sense.
Does anyone in the audience want to come in at this point?
Can I give one
comment? Yes. Here.
So Dr. Roman Chowdhury, over the last couple of days, she has some really nice turns of phrase, and one of the things she mentioned was regulation, something like brakes allow cars to go faster. So if you have the right regulation in place, if you have the right anyway, I'll talk really loudly. I've got it louder. If you have the right regulation in place, it allows you to innovate better and within the guardrails that you need. It allows you to create positive innovation. So one of the things she says, and she said at the Congress, the U.S. Congress, was, brakes make people drive faster because you feel comfortable that you can depend on those brakes, and that's what we don't have right now. And that's what we need.
Yeah, I wonder if this takes us to a conversation about common directions, things that we could do now, things that we could begin to think of capturing now, as opposed to the more domain or sector-specific things that must follow, the detail that must follow. Are there any, while we work out how to use Slido better, more effectively, is there anything anyone wants to say about common directions, things that we're seeing as common directions within the principles or within the regulatory models that we've been discussing today? Things like identifying stakeholders, shifts towards preemptive action.
Can I just bring on this, Anna, a sort of business perspective? So you're completely right. I mean, the issue is that I feel that this lack of guardrails and the lack of brakes is really harming this sort of innovation side, because there are a lot of companies that make really good things and they shelve it because they don't know what impact it's going to be. They don't know if, and this is not good, you know. So I think that is exactly the point on why this is necessary. And it's funny because sorry, can I just say that you mentioned Roman Chowdhury and new words. I found that Joy Bull, I'm reading her book, she came up with an amazing word, excoded. Did you see it? In talking about being coded out of services, and she just wrote this in her latest book, and she's this word, excoded, which I find, I'm sorry for it.
I mean, just to follow up on that, I think that what you were saying about impacts, I think, is one direction that we're moving towards, which is to say there are concerted efforts now to really think about what do sufficiently citizen involving or people involving impact assessments look like. I mean, there's this kind of group of governance processes that seem to be important. You've got a need for some form of risk analysis that can calibrate the sort of depth of governance intervention. You've got a need for some form of reflective anticipation through impact assessment that can kind of think through potential downstream harms and benefits. And then once you go through that, you've got a need for impact sort of mitigation measures and planning, and other ways of iterating on those other processes so that you're catching those potential downstream impacts that you might not have seen before the system went into the wild, right? So I do think that there's some common movement. I mean, UNESCO is working on this ethics impact assessment with their member states. You have the Good Work Impact, the Good Work Impact Assessment? Is that what it's called? And then, of course, there's the HUDERIA in the Council of Europe, which is this human rights, democracy, and rule of law impact assessment. So there is that, I think there's that kind of momentum.
Is it aligned? Is ours aligned?
Yeah, I think so.
But yeah, as a side, as a PS. There's some more questions, I think, over here. Can I just check that everyone is in who wants to, and everyone can ask a question who wants to? Awesome.
Okay, sure. Thank you. No, I'm just listening to the conversations about regulation, and I was just reflecting on something that was said in the session yesterday, another fringe session by Professor Stuart Russell from Berkeley. And when he was thinking about the future of AI and regulation, he said, and it gave me pause for thought, I don't know whether it's practical, but he said, we should be moving from making AI safe to making safe AI. So a basic design principle that, if we understand what the parameters of the risks are, the dangers, it is within our wit to design safer AI rather than regulate away the thing. So you regulate the parameters of that risk rather than put a patch on it later.
But isn't this what you were saying, David, to an extent? Because what you were saying to an extent is, which I thought was very good, which you said, what is missing is the value at the beginning, right? So to an extent, the big shift that we've had over recent months is that we've come to accept the inevitable, that all the development is inevitable, but we haven't asked the question before that. So if we say we make AI safe, we're basically accepting everything that comes through, and we're saying everything is okay, we just have to adopt and make it safe after we've done it, or in a way, but we haven't adopted the other way around principle, which is we make it if it's possible to make it safe in the first place.
One cautionary piece there, right, which is, and I didn't listen to Stuart's comment, but extrapolating on what I know of Stuart. I do think that this is an agency question, right? It's about where do we situate the kind of agency of control, right, in the way he would frame it. For me, that situating that agency always has to be dependent upon the human hands and human beings that are in the project life cycle, that are involved in making the decisions, right? There's a way in which one might frame safe AI as making, sort of moving from making AI safe to safe AI, is that the AI itself is safe, that it itself is designed and then kind of operates in the world safely as a safe agent. Yeah. And I think we need to be careful about that, because the kind of the predicate of safe in that sense will displace agency if we see that there are so-called kind of intelligent agents operating in the world that have this quality of being safe. So agency is an issue there that we need to just be careful about, just a qualification.
But just to qualify that,
Yeah.
he did say that agency included having an absolute stop, but that that the technology doesn't run away from you. You actually can stop it.
Yeah, and I would say that very notion of the runaway technology is fallacious.
So we've got time, I'm afraid, Amy, for one more question, which is going to be Rima, and then we're going to move on.
Good to see you back, Ivana. I knew we couldn't keep you from the UK for too long. I have a question for our in-house privacy expert around the notion of privacy and how we need to rethink privacy. So is there something about collective privacy and network effects? And like, how does that apply to the future of work conversation? Because I think there was a group of people thinking about collective privacy, but it hasn't brought itself into the conversation about employees and workers. Can we do some more thinking on that? That was my question.
Definitely.
Totally. I mean, I don't think we can continue to see privacy then sort of with an individual approach anymore, because that's not going to work. And to an extent, one area that we haven't particularly explored and is becoming very, very evident now is the inextricable link between privacy and equality, for example, right? And that brings privacy on a more collective angle. Because when you ask privacy, the first question, the way I got into privacy, we've known each other for a long time, the way I got into privacy is not because of an individual element of it, or actually, I am one of the people that clicks a lot, yes, because I can't be bothered. That's not the point of privacy. Privacy is a privacy notice. I wouldn't even be in this field. What I'm interested in is the link between privacy and equality, the idea that when you ask privacy, you always ask the question, privacy for whom? Exactly. To me, that is the question, right? And again, that links with the collective vision of it. And that's something where there's been some initial thought, initial work on it, but we definitely need to dig much deeper on that. That's it.
Can I just one thing on making it, because I think that's absolutely right, and this is why we need more conversations like this, because there's a risk that we have a conversation and I think there seems to be some shared grounding of what we think regulation is for. There'll be other conversations where regulation is for something very different. And if you look at the regulatory nature of the UK or many other countries, in effect, it is regulation based on a 1970s, 80s neoliberal model, where good regulation, better regulation, good regulation means about economic competition. And actually conversations about equality, about social rights, about environmental protection, there is a hierarchy in regulation. So I don't believe when this government says about regulation that they mean my version of it, and they don't have to, because there are different people to me. But when the UK government or other governments talk about regulation, there are hierarchies of principle within that. So just talking about regulating AI means we could end up with a multiplicity of different meanings from it. And that's why I worry about the closed shop that's happening in Bletchley Park, because it's people with power and privilege and economic interest who are talking about regulation. Here, we're talking about values and purpose. And we've got to take values and purpose into the room where the people with power talk about regulation.
This is plainly the start of a conversation, and it's not the end.
That's what he said, because it's not only false, it's deeply irresponsible. He said we don't need to worry about AI running away, but in fact there is emergent AI. There are capabilities that have not been expected in the latest AI models. They've taken people by surprise, and moreover, new people are combining them together in ways that they don't understand. So we should take these risks very seriously, and to deny taking them seriously is irresponsible. On the point Stuart Russell was making, it's not just it's a technical point for us. We must put more technical effort into the swap switch. Let's test it. Let's be sure that like we test firewalls, let me test that. So I do on the account of that. And as regards Andrew, I think there's a lot of civil society people actually present there at Bletchley Park. It's not just the insiders, there's lots of outsiders there too. So I don't want this meeting to go away with two such misleading points.
Well, thank you for your contribution, which we can continue when we're finished. We've had for now themes, as Andrew said, not just of power and privilege, but also of participation, of purpose and principle. And on that note, I'm going to wind up this section and hand over to Professor Gina Neff, who is going to, and thank you very much, panelists, for your excellent contributions and the start of a very demanding conversation, which will continue.
I am not the wrap-up discussion. Would you like me? I am not the wrap-up discussion, but I will indulge me just 1 minute of your time. So one thing that has come out of today's discussion is there is a lot of work to be done around work. And that at this intersection of how new technologies are shaping our digital futures, our digital societies, and how we will understand work, there is a lot of socio-technical work to be done. And I think we can agree that the thrust of what's happening in Bletchley today and tomorrow are really around some of the technical questions, and that we have questions, those of us gathered in this room, really urgent, important questions. What will the future of work look like? So on that, I'm wearing the hat from the Responsible AI UK group. This is a £33 million investment from Technicians Fund here in the UK. The money's come through UK Research and Innovation. And you can find us on rai.ac.uk. We have already announced over £2 million of investments that we've made to date in responsible AI and connecting UK research internationally. But we understand, just as people have been calling today, we have to do the work of stitching together the institutional, the regulatory, the policy, the cultural changes that are coming with these technologies. And we can't have these conversations in isolation. So we are launching a series of working groups that will help bring these concepts of responsible AI into domains and problems that allow for experts in those areas to help both influence how research funding in this country around responsible AI happens, how the new products research innovation happens around responsible AI, but also how to bring those tools into the problems we see, right? And so the Institute of the Future of Work, and Anna in particular, and I are going to co-chair the working group on the future of work through that investment. So that will mean that we're bringing some resource to these problems, and we're actually creating a way to link the research around AI in this country and the research around responsible AI specifically to the issues of work and workers that we've brought up here today. So Anna and I have our work to do. We're going to ask all of you to help support the work that we're going to be doing, and we're going to come back to some of you directly with even bigger asks to be a part of shaping what that research agenda looks like. So thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. I have the unenviable task of concluding today, doing some closing remarks, and then I think handing back to you, Anna, to finish it. No, okay. You've got me, and then coffee and tea and views, and maybe an arduous or not journey home. So at the top of the day, Anna had 3 aims that she set for us today to achieve: to expand and reframe even the discourse that we have centering on future work, to bring folks together around this topic, and also to identify directions for responsible AI at work, which I think we will hear now with Gina's announcement why that was one of our secret tasks that we had. Lots to pick up from the discussions that we've had across the day. We started off with where is the future now, talking about infrastructure. So again, good luck to those of you that are going to be back on that train to wherever, South London or Stockport. I think it's going to be the same experience. We need to look at the framing of the opportunity, which might speak a little bit actually to who's made it into Bletchley Park and who hasn't, how much they can frame that opportunity and sell, maybe what is real or what isn't. But importantly, ensuring that we have a really good feedback loop on policy, which I think is definitely something we can step in with a number of us across the room, and of course the Institute for the Future of Work. We looked at maybe auditing outcomes and beyond. Do we need to audit the process? Do we need to audit the technicality of what's going on in addition to just the outcomes, but also using the same language for safeguarding and also to join up conversations. And there's lots of conversations that have been started and many that have been continued in the room, and I'm sure on the live stream and on the Twitter as well. So let's continue doing that beyond the summit because apparently AI Summit is the Bridgerton of AI. Right? This isn't just about what's going on this side of the camera, but what's going on beyond. Civil society, all manner of different actors and folks are going to be at the mercy of whatever we do next, and so should definitely be given that agency and that power to feed in. We talked about co-creation on our skills panel, and that being a skill that we need in this era of generative AI as much as maybe needing to code or not, depending whether you side with Keir or not. We talked about whose responsibilities it is to build these pathways into these spaces, to build these pathways for workers, and who actually bears the risk of reskilling, which I know we've spoken about a lot, but it's definitely another detail we need to think about because this is not slowing down at any point. And then finally, I wanted to repeat something that we said in our session that someone said was a great takeaway, so I'm not just blowing my own trumpet on this, but it's not about soft and technical skills, but maybe about core. Not about soft, sorry, and hard skills, it's about core and technical skills. So I think, Anna, maybe we've begun to meet those aims. We haven't quite solved them all in one day, but of course, were we going to? I want to give a thank you again to the fantastic I4W team for pulling this together at lightning speed. Maybe a round of applause, actually, for them. We punch above our weight as a team, and so you'd think that there are lots and lots of folks that spent months planning this as much as they have spent building things at Bletchley, but no, we've done it through resources. A big thank you as well to Warwick Business School for hosting us, and in particular Professor James Hayton, who I don't know if I managed to see around. Sorry?
He's in Italy.
He's in Italy. Wow, I didn't know that they're doing an AI Summit out in Italy as well. I'm joking, don't worry, Castor. Who's also had a recent piece of work out with us under the Pissarides review, which you should take a look at. It's on the I4W sandbox if you haven't, around kind of what is happening now across different organisations. We've got lots of resources, lots of work, lots of research, and need lots of support, lots of conversations to continue to ensure that we can make this safer, to ensure that we can have that right narrative, but also actually we can all be proud of the legacy of the decisions that we made at this point, where I think at the moment there are a lot of us that are frustrated and maybe slightly embarrassed actually by some of the narratives that are coming out. So chew on that as you grab a biscuit, grab some juice. I saw cake. There's also cake outside as well. Warwick Business School have treated us. Thank you very, very much to you yourselves as well for spending the day with us. A round of applause for yourselves. And I lied. I'm going to pass to Kester now.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Anne-Marie, one of our trustees, who's been fantastic. And for all of you who've done so much, given so much to the day, it's absolutely fantastic. Please do stick around and eat all the cake. In the interests of recycling, if you just leave your badge at the front desk, then we can use those again. And in terms of getting out of the building, I mean, good luck, I don't know. But, just hit the fire alarm or something. So thank you so much. Just a reminder again about our APPG event on the 15th of November, where we'll be doing a bit of reflection on all the stuff that's happened. So that is in Committee Room 1 of the House of Commons, and House of Lords Committee Room 1. There's ticket things available on our site, so you should find that. So thank you so much. Please do stick around and chat with us. Thank you.